Gentlemen. Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, admin staff, those that are joining us in the gallery and those that are live streaming us tonight. We're going to resume our corporate plan meetings that we postponed last night. Members of council, there was a couple questions for some kind of clarity understanding that was asked for at the very tail end of the meeting. Administration, he had sent an email out updating us. Can you please go ahead and provide those details?
Thank you, Your Worship. We did track a couple of questions that we felt we could follow up on. They were digitally provided to council earlier today, and just to make sure they're into the record, so to speak. Did make a couple changes in the out years, 26, 27 of the local government fiscal framework to track what we did become aware of relatively recently. And as noted, there's about a $56,000 reduction from 25 to 26. Your Worship, I know Mayor and Council is generally aware that LGFF amounts do track revenues of the province and are subject to change that way. And we typically will have at least, I believe, about a 12 to 14 month notice for those changes. Your Worship, there are some questions about reserve optimal balances. The information has been provided. Maybe just a couple quick comments. You'll see noted in there, ending balances projected for 2025. 61% of those reserves meet optimal balances, 39% do not. And to just make a quick comment there, Your Worship, the shortage, to meet those optimum balances would be in the amount of about $2.9 million to bring those to what would be as the defined optimal balances. Your Worship, a couple other ones I wanted to make note of. Just let me pull it up here. There was a little bit of dialogue last night regarding curb extensions and temporaries and so on and so forth. We did take a look into that. I can update a report at this point. Oatway, there was some comment about Oatway locations. Those are looking to be temporary curb extensions. And we will be updating some of the old style flashers at the Brown Street location. That's what's projected at this point. Greybrier, although listed and identified, has not been fully designed out yet. So there will be some work going on to that over the course of the next few months. Your Worship, the last comment I would make, I think, in regards to what would be, relatively small amount dollar changes year to year on a number of our community group grants. Those are, again, just confirming they are typically related to an inflationary increase. Many of those organizations we are in a contractual agreement with them, 1 year and 3 years and so on and so forth, that do track a bit of an inflationary increase on an annual basis. Your Worship, those are the 4 updates I wished to provide. We could take questions on those specifically, Your Worship, but at this point, just turn the meeting back over to you, and we're prepared to support council as needed moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Town Manager, for providing those updates, and definitely that'll help council as we deliberate and make some adjustments or changes to the corporate plan that's being proposed. Members of council, we'll go around the table. Do you have any other questions for clarity understanding before we open up the floor for maybe more directed comments and maybe motions to change and alter the corporate plan? Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I still have 2 sticky notes in my binder. One of them was simply, maybe not so much of a question, but to express appreciation for the tax impact breakdown in print form, because even though we see it, it's normally, it's nice to have that right there for us to refer to as we go through. This would be located on our page 40, sorry, I'm to use the hard copy, 48. So I really appreciated that, and I realized that it's grouped into categories, not with a bit of a breakdown in each category. But I did find myself throughout the package looking back to that, referring to that, so that as we go through this, it does help me, and I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And you had another sticky note, you said?
I had one left, and that one had to do with the 10-year capital growth plan located on page 70. And I appreciated this being in digital form because the print is very tiny in this page. However, the breakdown there, I also very much appreciated over a 10-year spread from 2015 to 2024. And I wish that it was, I guess, possible for the public to see those things as we see them so that they can refer to them. And I think it does help them to understand how responsible our leadership team and administration is, but also council. And I particularly appreciate a colored punctuation on these things so that it helps us to separate them as we go through. Obviously, Parks and Rec with the new recreation center is taking a big chunk of our budget, but I appreciate all of this. And I guess it wasn't really a question. It was more of an expression of appreciation. I know when they're trying to put these packages together, I don't know how important they think these are to us, but I wanted to let them know.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Pletchko, anything to add?
Nothing this evening, sir.
Okay. Councillor Loynes?
Nothing this evening.
Councillor Meyer?
Asked them all yesterday, thank you.
Councillor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 66, under the grant expenses, I just was hoping administration could expand a little bit on how the grant requests are evaluated. What our thresholds are for how often we have to have the various groups come back to the town to present about grants, how we determine, distributions and whether money should or shouldn't increase. Again, we heard about, we've seen some small increases in there. We see some like-for-like associations and organizations that have very different funding. We see very high-profile associations, like was brought up last night with the Parkland Food Bank, with what I would consider, compared to others, a relatively low level of funding. So just looking for maybe a little bit more of a wholesome evaluation of how our grant program comes to be, how it exists, and how we manage it year over year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Lowry. So I think what I'll maybe do, because, each GM may have, some interactions with ones that are in their particular area. So I think maybe I'll just ask our General Manager at CAPS to provide some on any of the organizations that he supports.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Lowry. Certainly, the grant program is a bit historical. It's been around for a number of years. We do have agreements with some. I'm trying to think back to the first year I arrived here. Many on this list would actually come before council on the first evening, present their budgets, and then council would have to put it into the budget with respect to the grant allocations per year, which would be captured in the corporate plan. That was adjusted and changed to a more administrative and function in terms of agreements are in place. They have to provide us with some deliverables related to what they spent their dollars on. And administration does that assessment and that follow-up to ensure that, one, the grant is still meeting the needs of that particular agency. And if not, we have a conversation about whether or not we need to continue providing the grant dollars to that particular group. And from time to time, we do get some night owls as an example, where we funded them for a couple of years and then they ceased to exist. So they wrote us a letter and said they no longer need the funding. New groups that might come along, certainly we take it into consideration, and it would come through the corporate plan processes in addition to the addition to the corporate plan, should we get those from time to time. A lot of the grants that we do have an operational grant that people are looking for simply for some dollars to support a provincial ball tournament or something that they're hosting at one of our facilities. So a lot of times we can cover off some of the interests of our local groups through that particular grant also. We do meet with the group, so we do discuss what they need from time to time, and typically a 2% inflationary over the 3-year term of the agreement is included in the renewal of the agreement. If anything larger is required or needed, then obviously that would come to the general manager. I would have a conversation with the town manager with respect to, should it come through a corporate plan process, or is it something that we can just put through as an administrative recommendation for increase, as you saw with some of the other grants from time to time throughout the corporate plan process. That's generally speaking the majority of the grants that are on here. You do see the likes of the library and TLC come to council, and that's based on legislation or based on MOUs. It's a requirement for them to come to our council to discuss budget and have that budget allocated to them and adopted and approved by council. So that's the difference between those particular groups and some of the others that are on this list.
Councilor Lowry?
Thank you, Your Worship. And a follow-up question on that then is, there's no delineation in this document as to which organizations may or may not have agreements, and what those agreements may be, and how they may be. And it's, I think maybe that's one of the things that I look at in this, is that there's not a lot of clarity in this. And some of these we have council appointees on various boards, and so we get a little bit more insight and understand a little bit more, where others we don't. Some of them we do see, like for instance BMX, they're pretty good about coming every year and presenting to us, but others aren't, and others don't come as often. And so it just leads me to question, as we kind of continue to go through this, of how we determine what funding continues to be appropriate for various groups. We have a request this evening for a continuation of funding from Skydancer that we may be considering if somebody makes a motion to bring it forward. But I have the question as to, should we just continually add to this pot of money, or should we be looking at a redistribution in the pot of money? And I'm familiar with some of the groups and some of the organizations, and I do have some feelings, and I may bring some of those forward in respect to where we may want to reallocate some of that money, but I don't have as good of an understanding of the others. And so it just leads that question as to, you know, how do we truly get an understanding for each and every one? Ultimately, you know, we're looking at $1.8 million. We take the library and we take the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre out of there as major funders. It's still a pretty significant amount of money. It's still around $400,000, which would be close to about 2% of our budget at this point in time. And so, you know, maybe again, just some thoughts and some feedbacks for future years and how we go forward with this. And maybe it's something that council needs to discuss, potentially at our strategic planning, as to how we want to see the community grants coming forward and how we want to have those discussions. But I'll reserve my thoughts for now on a potential motion for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And I'll provide some comment to that, because I was part of council, and I think Councillor Hansard was too at that time, when the first night of corporate plan meetings, or at that time it was budget meetings, that each community group came back and asked and requested for money and dollars each and every year. Well, you know, these community groups do a great deal of work and engagement in our community, and it felt wrong to have them come back every year to grovel for a little bit of money. You can see some of the groups that only have a couple $1,000s. So the idea was that to be fair and transparent with them, that we were going to, going forward, those groups that continue to operate from that day forward would have to have that conversation with their staff, and then there'd be a built-in escalation clause like COLA or 2 or 3% to cover some of the increases. Anything additional that came up forward that they wanted additional dollars to what we were actually known what they were doing, then they would have to come make a presentation. And in terms of presentation to council, most of these groups are voluntary based, and it's hard to get them here at the same time. I think in the September GMP, I think we had about 7 or 8 scheduled to come and speak, and based on holidays and scheduling, a lot of those groups were not able to make it, so there was only down to 2 presentations. So if council wants to engage and want to hear from each group. That's nothing wrong with that. But I think in terms of transparency and the way that we want to be good partners is like, let's figure out what we want to support and then how we want to support them going forward.
So, thank you, and I appreciate that, Your Worship, and I would completely agree. I think making each organization come forward every year would not be prudent and would not be responsible. But I don't know when the last time some of these were in front of council was. I don't know how often they've appeared and that. And so that's where I think that comes from, is if we're looking for, say, a 3-year cycle on an agreement, how do we know where each one is at? And I will ask a very pointed question then of our administration. In relation to the Red Brick Common, the Pioneer Museum, and Skydancer Indigenous Cultural Center, are any one of those 3 on any type of an agreement that we would have an obligation to for the next 3 years?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and all of Council. We have agreements in place with Red Brick Common and the Pioneer Museum, and the Skydancer Indigenous Centre was just a 1-year, one-time agreement that I had referenced last night in the presentation. Their request going forward to us is an operating funding agreement for an annual ask of $20,000, so that's the current level that we provided to them. And sorry, Councillor Laurie, was there another one that I missed?
No, it was those 3. So
Okay.
again, my question is, in relation to then the Red Brick Common and the Pioneer Museum, since you've indicated already on Skydancer, what is our financial agreement with those 2 entities? Are we contractually obligated to a financial agreement for those 2 entities for a certain period of time? And how long of a period of time is that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, we have currently right now a 3-year agreement in place with those organizations, and we have an opportunity to adjust or terminate, if you will, those agreements the prior year too. So obviously respecting that we want to give due notification of any financial changes or adjustments. We've built those into the agreement so that they have an understanding of if there's a need for change to the agreement and how that would impact either our expectations for service or their need for support from the town.
Okay, thank you. I still didn't hear, I guess, when the expiry of those agreements are.
My understanding is, I was checking them just today, that they're expiring at the end of 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
No, that's all for now, Your Worship.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at page 39, table 32. We did have a discussion yesterday. Thank you to our CAO, Town Manager, for bringing some updates related to the pedestrian safety improvements. I do want to circle back, though, to South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue. Just for some quick clarification, certainly in my mind, this is a high priority crossing in terms of safety improvements there. I know there, again, was some delays with some parts and those sorts of things. But for us, within this corporate plan to ensure that particular crossing is brought up to an acceptable standard, will that require any additional funds in our corporate plan, or will we be able to reallocate from one of these other 4 identified projects if additional funds are required to bring that up to an acceptable standard?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor and all the council, appreciate the chance to discuss the traffic safety program a little bit further. As I mentioned in my presentation last night, we're always mindful of other priorities coming up in the program. So, and I think the CAO and myself mentioned this yesterday, these are, at the time of making the plan throughout the year, these were the sites that were most top of our list. That event that you're referencing did occur after the plan had been made, and those would be events that we would certainly take a look at within the program, within the budget provided the council, if we had to make adjustments. There are a number of different options and reviews that we can do. One option is doing an in-service safety review of the site and seeing what options would be available. I couldn't justifiably comment on to what value it would need to bring those up. There's certainly one option is bringing the flashers up to the current standard, which is one early play. which is achievable under the current budgets right now. However, and as well as doing the review. So those would be things that I would say we could do within the existing budgets and not making too many adjustments to the plan presented to council. And I suppose that's would be the answer to your inquiry for right now.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that. I think I just want to ensure that, that's captured, that certainly, there's a lot of traffic that moves through there and often at a high rate of speed, either coming off 16A or trying to merge back onto 16A. We've kind of been back and forth, I know, through emails the last little while with yourself and the town manager. I think maybe members of council, some may have been in that email thread as well, and just making sure that residents have the safety there, to cross. I'm not a traffic guy, and sometimes I wonder, not that we want to put lights everywhere, but I'm often nervous going through that particular area, and so the fact that we can have a review potentially completed and some improvements made if necessary within the current corporate plan gives me some confidence, and so I appreciate the clarity this evening.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments or questions for clarity and understanding?
I do. I
Right.
get to keep going?
Yes, you do.
All right. I am on page 79. This is a question in regard to our long-term debt. In part, my question is just for clarity of the public. I know members of council and obviously our administration team are aware that not all long-term debt is funded by the tax base, and that there are some items here that are funded through developer levies, utilities, and so on. And so just looking for some comments from administration on these long-term debt items and which ones are funded outside of the tax base, please.
Okay, administration, do you guys have a report?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So I'll just have to go through the list as it's listed here. So fire hall, golf course maintenance shop, EMS facility, Forest Green Plaza, Heritage Park, RCMP building, RCMP building would all be funded directly from the tax base. Veterans Boulevard would be from developer levy. The Umbeck Storm Pond would be utility rates. North Business Park Sewer Lift Station would be utility rates. Public Works Facility would be tax base. Central Trunk Rehab Program would be utility. Meridian Heights Reservoir Upgrade would be utility. The Meridian Housing Requisition would be from the housing requisition.
Perfect. I do appreciate that clarity, and maybe just a further comment, if you wouldn't mind, how the totality of those long-term debts gets calculated against our debt limit, both internally and to the province. I think it's important that we have transparency with our residents that, again, not all are funded by the tax base, but how that impacts our internal debt limits. And I know when we see those numbers creeping quite close to our internal debt limits over the next couple of years, there's some unease that comes out of that. And just so if you wouldn't mind some clarity on how that impacts those debt limits internally and provincially.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. The debt limit is the total debt that we do take on as an organization, even if it is paid for by utility rate, tax rate, developer, or requisition. However, in addition, the utility revenue is also taken in consideration when calculating our debt limit. And so that revenue also helps to increase our debt limit as well. And so that is also a factor.
Yeah, perfect, and I appreciate that. And sorry, one final sort of question for clarity on this piece. If an emergent need came forward, something to do with utilities or otherwise, a water main break, and there was a cost borne by the town, do we have any mechanism to apply to the province or speak with our colleagues at a provincial level to have some flexibility within that mandated debt limit?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, we actually already had conversations with the province this year prior to the rec center approval and all of those sorts of things. And so it is common, they grant approximately 5 annually. They're called debt lift limits or debt limit lifts. And so it's essentially an extension on that. They do look at, is it an inclement project that is, you know, safety or utility and something that we need emergent if there's an emergent issue, and they typically grant those. They also look at our holistic debenture pulls and where the funding is coming from. So, you know, they'll consider that one is developer and some would be requisition, that sort of thing. And so they would look at that as well.
Perfect, and thank you for the time to answer those questions. I think we have some ambitious projects that have been approved by council, and there can be some worry amongst our residents when they see some of these numbers and being presented here this week as well. And so clarity on the understanding that the full amount of that long-term debt is not being borne by the tax base, and that we do have some ability to respond to emergent needs as we move forward as a community is important for our residents to be aware of. So I appreciate the clarity this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Thank you. Back to Councilor Hansard. Anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor, not at this moment.
Okay. Councilor Loyens? Councilor Mayor? Councilor Lowry? Okay. Deputy Mayor? Okay. And thank you. And I am good as well. Just I just want some commentary regarding the debt limit lift. So conversation around the mid-sized cities caucus table. There has been a few municipalities that have applied and then received permission by the municipal affairs minister to exceed their debt limit, and that's based on a plan of what they're using it for and how the payback is. Quite a few of the municipalities that applied and did receive the extension was that they kind of used the money, took the debt on, and kind of front-loaded the services for land development, and then they showed the payback in over X number of years, and then it's actually to provide a sound business case, and then that's just reviewed one-off cases by municipal affairs, and then they say yes or no based on that business case. So same thing here. I think our staff have been proactive in talking to the minister's staff, just in case that we do have an emergent nature that we do have to go over by that limit. Okay, and I think I'm good. So just again, I have to say on behalf of council and our residents, thank you very much for bringing this corporate plan forward. As you can see, a lot of the stuff that we have talked about over the last 3 years on council is here and is percolated to the top. You know, sometimes it's hard when we first get elected to say, these are things that we want to do, but we want to do it today. And staff has been very cognizant to say, you can do it all, but you can't do it all today. And it's good to see each and every year more and more of the priorities that council has brought forward through the consultation with their residents and business owners and stakeholders, that we're taking care of the community one step at a time. Okay. So members of council, we've had this presentation. We've had questions of clarity and understanding. We've made some comments as well. This is the time that we turn it over to ourselves to make adjustments to the corporate plan if you like. Members of council, I'll ask you to refer to a page number and a table if it is required, and then make your motion, and then we'll go from there. And again, we'll just ask if we make your motion, if you can just read it in slowly so that our staff can capture it and put it on the screen. Okay. Councilor Pleshko, you're first.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And again, I'll start off by thanking administration and everybody on your teams that worked hard to get this budget in front of us. It's never easy when it comes to this. For the past 7 years, it's always been a challenge, and we try to do the best for our community, and you guys do a great job of getting us to there. So thank you very much. This evening, I'd like to refer to page 66, Stony Plain Public Library. I'm pleased to make this motion. I'd like to make the motion to add the Stony Plain Public Library additional funding request of $98,000.
Administration, have you captured that?
Yep, your worship, I can see it beside me, just we'll double check one more time and then we'll get it up on the screen for you.
Okay, while you're doing that, go ahead, Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, if I could speak to that a little bit. Over the past 7 years sitting at this table, we've had several presentations from the Stony Plain Public Library for additional funding. And as the
Councilor Pletchko, can I just move the mic so it's straight? Thank you.
And as the organization grows, we see a need for a number of things. Now, I sit on that board, and I'm pleased that this year, when we had our presentation, that we seen 2 board members come with board support from the audience as well. And we had 2 of the board members speak, as well as our executive director. And through that presentation, what they talked about was the need for certain things at the library. So one was wage parity, which would bring them up to more of a competitive wage in the area, which would allow them to hire better and more consistent staff. One of the other things that they talked about was programming for the library, which is something that we as council and the community has been asking for a long time. But I think one of the real key important parts of that was the increase in public library openness, which gives our community a much better need and opportunity to fulfill what they're looking for. I believe they have spoken to the need through council. They've spoken to the need through the need of the people of the community. And I believe at this point in time, it is something that I would encourage each one of us on council to consider.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Members of council, the motion is on the screen there, so I'll open the floor for questions, comments, and debate altogether. Councilor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Pletchko, I'm wondering if we could be reminded, please, because I know this was requested a period of time ago, or the need for the funding was made evident to us some time ago. Please remind us if this is a one-time request or if this is ongoing funding that they are looking at. I'm always more cautious or more willing to see perhaps honoring one-time requests like we often see with the Pioneer Museum, but it doesn't necessarily raise the ongoing funding year after year after year. So could we get some clarification, please?
Thank you. And then it's an ongoing increase.
It is ongoing.
Yes, it's increase in service levels, staffing, and also making sure that the wages are on par with other libraries.
Okay.
Councilor Pletchko, I believe that's what the presentation was when they came and presented.
That's correct. That's what the presentation was. There is also an ongoing, trying to think of what the right word is. We have a review ongoing at the library right now for wages in the region, as we believe that the wages are substantially lower in our library than competitive to the ones out there today. So we will see that after council here in the next couple of weeks. I will see that at our board meeting as well. So,
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hansard, anything else? We're going to come back later.
Not on that subject, sir.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Pletchko for bringing this forward. I've only seen 3 or 4 presentations from our library and council chambers, but I would argue that the presentation we saw this year was the most clear, concise presentation that I've seen to date. And they were very clear in their ask. They had a breakdown for us in terms of where sort of each dollar was going to be allocated. And there was a clear connection to our strategic plan. And everything that they brought forward was connected back to the direction that council has set for our community. And I think that speaks volumes. The other thing I really stuck out to me over the last year about our library staff specifically was their visibility in the community. And it didn't matter if it was, Midsummer Thursdays or a youth event down here. They always strive to have members or staff out at those events and engaging with community members and youth. And I think that speaks volumes. I heard a number of stories, whether it was from staff at the youth center or other community groups, about the partnerships that have been started and fostered by the staff that are at the library. And I think those are things that go beyond a dollar ask, and they provide tremendous amounts of value to our community that goes beyond the ask that we see here in front of us. I think it's important to note as well that this year is 80 years serving our community, and so there's a long history with our library and the service that they provide. We often hear, more time. The residents are looking for more opportunity to be down there, and I'm excited to support this evening, and would encourage members of council to move this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would also like to thank Councillor Paleschko for bringing this forward. I've had the opportunity to spend a lot more of my free time down at the library and haven't seen an increase in some of the child programs that they're offering there and being able to enjoy them with my children. They do a lot with the funding that they do have, so it's great to see that we did have such a direct approach and a direct conversation with them at their last presentation. I had an opportunity to talk with our new director, and listening to her talk with such passion about our library and the vision she has for it was great to see, and that her desire to watch us improve was great. So I sit here and think this would be a great thing for our council to put forward, and I hope my colleagues will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. And members of council for questions, comments, debate? Just a question to the board member representative. In terms of the presentation, it was a well-done presentation, lots of insight and kind of addressing some of the concerns that council has voiced over the last few years. If council approves this increase, it'll be $143,000 over the last 2 years, which is a 27% from the previous approval. So 10% last year and another 17% this year. In terms of that increase of the 27%, what is the likelihood of the library able to accomplish everything that they want to do? We've heard from presentations that, we can have lots of programs. We can, as mentioned by our staff, we can do many projects, road projects, sewage projects. We can all add it to the budget, but what's the likelihood of actually having it accomplished?
Well, that's a great question. And I'm quite excited about the library. I've seen many changes since I've sat on this board. Meetings, the way they run them are much different. Our new executive director that has come taught school, and she's also a great individual and advocate for our library here within town. I don't see her going anywhere anytime soon. I do believe when we sat down and went through all of this before we presented it to council, that we gave it some great thought and in-depth thought about how we would achieve that, because we also know that by increasing this budget, we'll be watched pretty close about whether this is achievable or not. And we didn't put anything in there that we thought was unachievable. Now, keeping that in mind, conditions in our community could change overnight. We know we went to COVID a few years ago and we had drastically changed the aspects of what our library did. So having said all of that, I believe that today, if we continue down the path that we are, we're able to achieve all that we've told you that we will be able to achieve.
Thank you. And then in terms of my next question to the representative, or maybe to administration, I noticed that there is a Yellowhead Regional Library cost as well that's associated to that of $84,215. Are those dollars included in the Stony Plain Library ask? So are those dollars that from their revenue given to the Yellowhead Regional Library to operate, or is that another cost to the town?
Your worship, I'll maybe just speak to that a bit. So yeah, and I believe that general manager is going to maybe do a double check or a triple check over there. But for one thing, they're separate entities and they're separate amounts. They're not directly tied. Sorry, I don't have where am I looking here? The number for the Yellowhead Regional Library is I can't recall exactly, but it's set a bit on per capita and so on and so forth, and it's sent out by the Yellowhead Library, and we submit payment. It does change from time to time, but we're showing it consistent for the time being. Just kind of watching the general manager if he wants to add anything further. Go ahead.
Your worship, I was just trying to look up if I had an old library budget to see if it showed any contribution back to Yellowhead Library. But as the town manager did state, there are two separate entities, and the Yellowhead Library Board is a per capita that we pay based on the legislation.
Thank you. And then a question to the representative currently, and maybe the previous representative. Is the town of Stony Plain getting value for the dollars that we're paying for the Yellowhead Regional Library?
I'm happy to speak to that a little bit. So I believe the Yellowhead Library, I also sit on that as well. I believe that their contribution back to the Stony Plain Library going forward is much better than it has been in the past. I don't believe that the past executive directors fully utilize what the purpose of the Yellowhead Regional Library is. Especially when it comes to the collection within our library. That is, we're able to change our library out on a number of books through the cooperation with the Yellowhead Regional Library, and it allows us to bring certain things in that we're not able to achieve on our own. They also will support us on a number of things, so as we move through the transition from where we were to where we are today, we were supported by the Yellowhead Regional Library and the executive director and anybody else that was there. Currently, we also have one of the employees from Yellowhead Regional Library that sits on our board. So she brings a wealth of knowledge to the board and the use of the Yellowhead Regional Library. And with the Yellowhead Regional Library, we also work in conjunction with the other ones within the province. So specifically, I can speak to the Parkland one, which it's not Parkland County, it's Parkland, which is the Red Deer region. We work with them on advocacy and a number of initiatives. So it doesn't just leave our library with the Yellowhead Regional Library, it reaches much further than that, which allows us to work with a multitude of libraries within our region.
Councillor Meyer?
Yeah, I'll add to that, although I probably won't use the right words, but Councillor Plechko's right. There's much that the Yellowhead Library helps support. I think you were mentioning the transition that we've seen. They helped us make our current staffing in our last hire there at the director position as well. We get a number of software licenses that we get to tag along on through the Yellowhead, as well as support with technology. I believe they last helped us update our website for the town library, as well as there's, now here's where I'm not going to use the right word, we get to participate on their book exchange. That's so how you're able to request a book here in Stony Plain and then it's found somewhere else in the region. The Yellowhead Library helps us do that, as well as, now don't quote me exactly on the amount, but I believe there's a $15,000 book purchase grant. So we do see some of that money that we do give back. They help us when we purchase books on scale. There's a significant portion that we see back when our library renews their collection. So it's in my opinion, having sat on it, we do definitely get our value for our investment there.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While others are giving accolades to the library, I would like to also contribute to that. I've had occasion this year to use the library probably more than I have in years before. And one of the things that I wanted to mention is the interaction with the public I'm observing to be extremely positive. The staff goes out of their way to be helpful. I witnessed two ladies come in, two older ladies come in, and the staff assisted them to get to seats that would be more comfortable for them. They had some with the taller seat base and got them settled, and it wasn't too long after that. There were some others who joined, and I saw them actually getting knitting lessons. So there was someone there facilitating, and it ended up in a group of about 8 or 9. And then I was surprised to see children join them. And it was amazing because some of the kids were actually better than the older people who showed up. I was a little bit surprised because usually it's the older people who are demonstrating for the younger people, but in this case, the younger people were showing their techniques off. And I thought, what a neat bridge of the age groups there that happened. I've also had an opportunity to join several young people while I'm waiting on the fax machine to give results of things I've had to fax that we don't fax very much in my life or in my real estate industry. Everything is scanned to email now and digital signing. So I had an opportunity to watch, to interact with some young people over a puzzle of all things. So here I am at my age going back to play with puzzles and the different age groups that I was able to connect with. Also, I've seen moms gather there, having a very good time visiting while their children played and engaged in some of the things that they can actually sort of climb on. As I left one day, I thought, what an interesting community gathering place this is, because I knew from years before when I had used the library, everything was to be quiet. You didn't interact, you didn't talk, and that's so different now. So I want to commend the library that they've not only increased their service and increased their time of operation, but they've increased their ability to embrace different types of groups to enable them to really connect in a beautiful place in our town. And I think it has grown tremendously, and I really appreciate their effort and what they have contributed to our town and the downtown core in particular.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Any more comments, questions, and debate? Okay. Seeing none, definitely on my thoughts, if Councilor Pleshko, as the board representative, if you can bring back to the library members that definitely appreciate what they've done over the last few years. I know it was difficult since the move, coming in with extra costs within the town of Stony Plain to move the library to its current location. Over the last 3 years, the Stony Plain Public Library has been a great partner in holding the budget line stable, as to make sure that we understood what was happening, how the library was getting used, and kind of how it functioned before they came for an increase in their budget. So the last 2 years, last year they had the increase of $45,000, and this year's request of $98,000 will help achieve what the goals are for the public library and what the council's vision is for our community. As mentioned around the table, you can see that the library is more of a community space than just bricks and mortars and books. And I think if you can bring those back to the representatives and to the library, is that we definitely appreciate their involvement in our community and their engagement with our residents to make sure that they feel like they're part of our community. So I will be supporting the motion. Councilor Pechko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Council, for the kind words for the library. It's greatly appreciated. Just on a little bit of a close, the library really truly is more than a resource center. It's a place for the community to come together of all aspects of our community. One of the things that has really developed over the last year is a close relationship with Friends of the Library, which was not so much over the past. What the Friends of the Library allows the library to do is have additional funding that is not required by the town. These people are allowed to have gaming, bingos, casinos and stuff like that. And what happens is they have a fund set aside, which allows the library to be able to request additional funding to support programs, additional programs in that as they come throughout the year. So our library is made up of what we do here at a council, which is really good for our community, and part of it is a need by the government that we're told, but the other part is the need from the community that we see that we also support. And the other part is the Friends of the Library that bring additional funding to them. So the two work hand in hand to make sure that we have the most efficient programming that we can, a great collection within our library, and we're able to address all the needs of the community going forward. So I would ask that council fully support this motion.
Thank you for your closing comments, Councilor Pechko. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Thank you. Okay. Members of council, questions, comments, and motions. Councilor Laurie, go ahead, Deputy. No, you're not Deputy anymore.
It's because we got the same first name.
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'd just like to move straight into a motion here in regards to an increase in the grant funding in the amount of $110,000 for the TLC to be funded by the tax base.
Thank you. And again, members of council, that's page 66. Administration, can you let me know when you've captured that motion to be put on the screen?
Your Worship, I think we can get it up on the screen now.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a very simple opening on this as we see the TLC come before us every year with a very fulsome presentation as to the ongoings at the facility and the requirements of the facility. We know that we do have an aging recreation facility. We've seen some challenges over the last little while in it, but again, we do have a pretty comprehensive plan in front of us. As we see in our corporate plan, just simply our operational changes is about 4.4% before anything else was considered. The Tri-Leisure's budget increase on a whole is only at 5.3%. So again, considering everything that they have in here, all of the initiatives that they have in the plan, particularly in the infrastructure area, if you looked at the budget that was presented, you see actually the operational increase is very minimal. The operational increase for the entirety of the Tri-Leisure was only $59,187 of approximately an $8.5 million budget. So there's a very, very small change there. Big chunk of the increases this year actually come from the infrastructure side of things. That's $429,975. That's for, again, the entirety of the Tri-Leisure, the entirety of the budget. We even saw that through the good work of the Tri-Leisure, the request for capital and life cycle items actually came down by $44,100 this year. So of the total increase was $445,062, again 5.3% of the budget. The town of Stony Plains portion of that municipally is $110,000, and the city of Spruce Grove and Parkland County have the same request in front of them to make up the balance of $335,062. As the board representative on the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that council has. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Laurie. Members of council, open the floor for questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to, I think, the member of council who sits on this committee is maybe the best one to answer this question. But when we look at the, as was shared in the opening, just over 400,000 for the infrastructure ask, is that a one-time funding for this year, and the operating ask will be continuous, or is the total amount expected to be continued year over year?
Thank you very much. I can answer, and then if the general manager wants to add any additional commentary, they can. The TransAlta Tri-Leisure Centre has a capital and an infrastructure plan, a long-term plan. So whether it be 5, 10, 20 years, as we see similar in the back of our binder. So that will have ebbs and flows. At this point in time, again, being a older facility, there are more infrastructure funding requirements that are coming forward. I know that we had a discussion yesterday in regards to the air handling unit that's been spoken about. That again, that is coming up to its reasonable lifespan, and is one of those things that is required. Again, with a 20-plus-year-old facility, we have things like the roof replacement. Obviously, you're not replacing the roof every year. You're not replacing an air handling unit every year, and so on and so forth. So there will always be an infrastructure funding request. However, it will ebb and flow year over year, depending on what the needs of the facility are. And then again, if the general manager has any additional.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Laurie and Deputy Mayor Anderson. Just really quickly, the general manager does meet with the general managers of each municipality and does give us a bit of a prelude as to what they might be presenting the board. We do have the ability to provide our perspective on what our view might be on that and how it might be received in our chambers. At the end of the day, the board chooses and the board recommends, and the board comes to each of the councils and presents. They do the same as we would do in terms of condition assessments, which their 10-year plan can change over time based on the condition. If you treat your equipment well, a 10-year cycle might turn into a 15 or 20-year cycle. Glen Hall Arena is a prime example of a building that probably should last 25 years and is beyond 50. So definitely, I think they do their due diligence with respect to those condition assessments. And the GM is very mindful of speaking with myself and my counterparts with respect to sometimes there are things within the budget cycle that they want to or projected to replace, but a higher priority item arose and they had to shift the dollars around. So they don't come back to the table and ask us for more dollars. They just use the funding that's allocated to ensure that they take care of the priorities at the facility.
Thank you. Any other questions, Deputy Mayor?
No, I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear, and I think I've heard what I'm looking for, and that's the operating amount. Looks like $60,000 increase. Our share approximately 25%. 15,000 there. Reasonably could be expected to be, a continuous amount, over the next years. That's not a one-time thing. The infrastructure, though, the amount that we see before us is the ask for this year. Next year's ask isn't stacked on top of that. They come with a new ask specific to the infrastructure funding for next year, apart from the ask for this year. Does that make sense?
Administration?
Yeah, through to Councillor Anderson. Certainly, yes, each year is treated separately from the previous. So if we increase this budget by $110,000, if the motion passes, the new total for the TLC that the town of Stony Plain would support would be last year's number plus 110. And then if they need more than that, they would have to come forward again and ask for additional funds to support either their operating or their infrastructure or capital projects that they would hope to be undertaking in 2026. So as you can see in the chart, the current stands at about 790,000 that we are providing the TLC. If today's motion is adopted, then that turns into $900,000.
$899 for 25.
Perfect, and I think I'm with you now. So then the proposed for 2026 would revert back to the 789, or would start at the 900,000?
Statement number 2 is correct.
Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Yeah, again, and for clarity, just, I don't know that the public would be able to look at it, but it's page 43 of September 23rd's council meeting minutes is the chart. And so we see that the infrastructure in 2024 had a requirement of $908,775. So that is the infrastructure requirements of the Tri-Leisure for that operating year of 2024. The budget for 2025 is $1,338,750,000. So again, that will ebb and flow. That may go up again next year, that may go down, depending on what projects are required, depending on what infrastructure work the facility needs. So similar to the capital life cycle, again, as I mentioned, the capital life cycle replacement went down from $122,850 to $78,750 because, again, the ebb and flow of the capital and life cycle requirements within the facility. And so it's something that we approve every year, as was mentioned by the general manager, being very transparent and very clear, given the age of the facility. There are many items coming up in that facility that will require the attention of the 3 municipalities as owners of that facility. As was mentioned by the general manager of the TLC meets with the general managers of the 3 municipalities to make sure that there is a clear understanding of the requirements of that facility, and those numbers are worked into our long-term capital plans as well, so that it is considered in our planning as we move forward, because this is something we hold ownership in. And so I would say that over the next several years, the likelihood is that the infrastructure amount will stay either consistent or may even raise as some of these projects move forward. However, I would also anticipate that in time, once the large ticket items are taken care of, we may see a drop in that. Again, the optimal word being may. I'd encourage you to think of it like your house. Every 20, 25 years, you may need to do the shingles. You may need to replace a hot water tank. You may need to replace a furnace. You're not doing that every single year. Be the same for this facility.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any more questions for comments, questions and debate? Councillor Plechko?
More of a question to administration. I'm wondering if we can see a chart like we have in the past that shows each time we add something, what that does to the current tax rate.
Yes is the answer to that question.
Yes, and I forgot to, with the approval of the library, it was a 0.44% increase, and then if council approves the TLC request, it'd be a 0.5 increase. Okay, any more questions, comments? No. Okay, with that, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead and see your hand up.
I thought somebody else would have a question here. I don't know if this is a thing, but I'm just going to ask it and looking for some comments from either administration or our council representative. Is there a way, or would this even be advantageous, to build some of that life cycling into the grant request, sort of projecting out future infrastructure needs? You know, we heard that, you know, year over year, we're going to see these ebbs and flows and these increases and drops. And so, you know, something almost in the way of a grant stabilization so that, you know, the Tri-Leisure Management and Board have what they need sort of for that future infrastructure needs, but we're not seeing the jumps up and down in terms of the ask that's coming forward. So I don't know if that's a thing, I don't know if that's possible, but just looking for some comments on sort of a grant stabilization possibility.
Yeah, Your Worship, I can provide some commentary to that, and I think, I mean, short part of an answer would be yes. You know, I mean, we could look at you know, building some systems in, so to speak, to do that. Bit of a longer answer, I guess, or longer perspective. I think the strength of the working relationships with the TLC over the course of, I would say, probably the last 5 or 6 years, I guess now, is that the general managers and the general manager of the TLC have what would be considered, I would say, a very, you know, a strong working relationship. That there's a lot of information flowing back and forth, and part of the interaction I guess, and this is, I would include, you know, in council levels over the years when it comes to the TLC requests. You know, I mean, historically, members of any of the three councillors are not shy to be clear about, you know, those costs need to be clear and justified and reviewed and thought about again and then brought back. And I think that what I've observed, I guess, or what I would say my observation is that that working commitment at this point seems to be strong. It seems to get us where we need to be in what is a somewhat tricky budgeting process when it involves all three. So again, just the summary, yes, we can do that. I think we do some stuff internally, you know, to understand and be aware of what's coming at us. But I also would just acknowledge that I think the working relationship right now has been and is strong. Again, I know myself and some of the longer serving councillors will be able to tell you when it was not and the challenges that we faced at those points in time. But through the communication, through the transparency, the dialogue tends to get us to where we need to be collectively as it relates to the capital or the infrastructure or the operating budgeting of the TLC. Provide that for context, Your Worship.
Are you good, Deputy Mayor? Should I come back to you later? Okay, Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak into that if I might, please. The position that the municipalities took a number of years ago was that they would prefer to fund from their own record-keeping, bookkeeping dollars and not contribute to reserve funds that would be held by the Tri-Leisure Center. The reason for that is, let me think of the best way to say this. There were reserves that the Tri-Leisure Center held, but decisions were made at that time, and it was quite a few years ago, to not spend to spend those reserve fund dollars that would have replaced things on the roof that were very integral to the operation of that facility, to use those in operational spending, not for the items that they were set aside for. At that time, the three municipalities sent in their finance department CFOs, and there were some very good, long meetings that came out of that resulted in the recommendations to each of the councils not to have the Tri-Leisure Center hold reserve funds for these things at all. That when they needed something, they were to come to us and we would work with them. And if I'm seeing Councillor Laurie nod a little bit, maybe he could also speak to that, but I don't see any reason to go back on what was changed to make the more municipalities more in control of those dollars for these bigger projects so that we don't find ourselves having paid the money and then not have that money there when we needed them for the big projects.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councillor Laurie, do you have anything to say, or should we?
I'll just add to it quickly. Again, the clarity, the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center does have reserves, and those reserves have specific purposes and parameters, and it's essentially similar to as we have, depending on where things sit operationally at the end of the year, to either prevent them from coming back to the municipalities for an additional ask, or again, an area to put some of these additional monies back into. Those reserves have been accessed from time to time, but they are quite small in nature, not like you would typically see for a facility this size with the type of budget that it does have. Again, in respect to a grant stabilization reserve, I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea. However, I think it could be challenging as you try and predict out when you may or may not need to access that. But we do have a tax levy stabilization. So, there may be some merits to it. I would like to see it, if we were exploring something like that, go wholesome across the board on our entire grants, not just specific to one or two of our grants. But again, with the understanding of we always have the ability to fund any level of these increases or asks from our various reserves as well. And so we do have a tax levy stabilization reserve in place. Would a grant stabilization reserve essentially be the exact same thing? I'm not sure. As we've heard from our administration, we are in a point in time where we should be focusing on the replenishment of our reserves, and so I don't think that the contemplation on this one of using anything other than a tax base would be within my comfort zone, but obviously something that may warrant further discussion.
Okay. Thank you there, Councilor. So you mentioned the reserve, so one of my questions I had was, do you kind of have the amounts of the operating capital reserves?
I do not in front of me, but if you give me a few minutes, I may be able to pull them up.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to Councilor Plechko while we wait.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if the council representative can speak to a number of times you've talked about additional funding and requests coming. Kind of concerns me a little bit as we sit here and contemplate $100,000 when we could be contemplating several $100,000. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to our obligation to remain within the Tribe Leisure Center with the new leisure center that we have coming on.
I don't know. I think we can speak to that. Yeah, that's more of a strategic topic and conversation besides on a budget conversation. I think there's obviously different services offered at the TLC versus our rec center, so I think that's like a larger conversation than just quick, how much is it going to cost us? So, Councilor, any comments in terms of future requests coming forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think, again, as we heard from the General Manager, there is consideration with the municipalities, the owners of the facility, in regards to what is required in the facility. I mean, obviously, as a part of the Part 9 agreement, there are contemplations and consideration if one of those owners would like to explore the opportunity to no longer exist, but I mean, whether it's a facility that resides directly 100% under the control of the town of Stony Plain or a facility that we are just a joint owner of, I don't know that I would understand or agree with the opportunity to remove ourselves essentially before the large ticket items come up. I don't know what advantage that would give us, and I would think that at that point in time, we would have to consider some type of an alternative consideration as to how we may be required to contribute to that, or we may risk the potential of our local user groups no longer having access or having unpreferred access to that facility.
Thank you, Councilor. And in terms of the Part 9 corporation that was signed between Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County, there is an opt-out clause if we choose, or one of the members choose not to be part of the Part 9. It has to be offered back to the other members at our cost and not what the market valuation is. So, for example, if we pitched in $5 million to build it, and it's our share is worth $20 million, we cannot ask for $20 million. We can only get back what our cost is. So, like I said, that's the conversation that maybe council wants to go down. Has a larger implication of how we provide rec services in our community, and there's also a lot of dollars and cents tied to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have your answer in respect to the current unrestricted and restricted funds. As of September 30th of 2024, the TLC's unrestricted fund balance is at $420,431, and the restricted fund balance is at $557,609. And again, these are relatively small reserves given the size of the TLC and the total budget line items of the TLC. And these are more meant for any, as I mentioned, unpredictable potential expenses that would occur year over year that would not be contemplated in budget approvals. So I would highly recommend that council would shy away from using those for regular budget increases, because again, our regular budget increases are predictables, are knowns, are things that we have been made aware of. These reserves are small reserves to prevent the TLC from having to come back to the municipalities in the middle of a fiscal year to ask for additional monies.
Okay, thank you for that clarity and providing those numbers. So now I'll go back to a question that was kind of asked by Councillor Meyer yesterday in terms of our reserve optimum balances. As you mentioned that these reserves are small for the size of operation of the TLC. What would be the optimal amounts in the non-restricted and restricted reserves of the TLC? Are you asking me? I would be asking you. Because as the board member, you would know, but I think that question arises because Councillor Meyer asked for the policy.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Your Worship. The TLC does not have a similar policy, I don't believe, in respect to the town's policy. But typically, with a facility like this, our understanding is you would be looking at anywhere from 3 to 6 months of the operational expenses as what your reserve balance should be, and that would just be simply an operating reserve. That would not be capital life cycle, that type of thing for a reserve. In that, again, that reserve balance would obviously be based on the expense of what you would be anticipating. So for instance, if we had a multi-million-dollar air handling unit that was coming up for life cycle, you would expect that the reserve balance would eventually be growing through continued contributions to that reserve year over year, so that when that purchase came up, the value of that was in the reserve itself. So that one wouldn't necessarily have an optimal balance that would be a dollar figure. However, it would have a known balance based on upcoming capital projects and infrastructure projects.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. I have a question that kind of ties in with what the Deputy Mayor asked earlier in terms of the presentation from TLC, was that there's $78,000 that was included in the 2025 budget for capital replacement. So my question is, in terms of that being completed in 2025, and what we heard from the General Manager is that in 2026, that $78,000 would remain on the budget line. So to the representative, so are there already, capital replacements that will cover that $78,000?
Sorry, can you, I'm not sure I understand. You're asking what the $78,000 will be used for, or you're asking if the $78,000 has already been used?
Well, yes. So in the presentation, there was a request that's part of the 2025 budget was $78,000 for capital. So if that is exercised in 2025, that means you spent your $78,000 to replace those capital projects. I think it was machines, I believe it was. Yeah, fitness equipment. So in 2026, those machines will be replaced. So would that not make sense to remove that $78,000 from the budget because it's not operating? Like, as in capital, it is a one-time request.
Thank you, Your Worship. The TLC has, again, capital plans and capital replacement plans. So for instance, this $78,750 for fitness equipment gets replaced at the facility every single year. It is life cycled. And so, there would be a certain percentage of the equipment that would be replaced every year. You'll have other items, mostly again, consumable type items that would be replaced year over year. So the TLC utilizes a number within the budget, again, because the way that the budgeting is done with the municipalities, that they don't come with two separate budgets. They don't come with a capital budget and they don't come with an operating budget. They come with one budget line item every single year, and the councils are tasked with approving that every single year, again, year over year. As mentioned, that will ebb and flow. That is part of the considerations and the discussions with the general manager, and it depends on the life cycle of what the capital items within the facility are. So I would expect that we will always see a capital line item within the budget presented from the TLC, but again, it will ebb and flow. The likelihood is the ebb and flow on a capital budget would not ebb and flow as high as the infrastructure, because the expense of the capital items don't often reach the same type of levels as an infrastructure item.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate? Councillor Hansard, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what page this is in the hard copy, but it refers to the proposed, we have 3 years there, 2025, 2026, and 2027 tax impact. proposed tax breakdown. On the very first one for 2025, projected growth due to new assessment was stated to be 2.85%. For myself and the public, would it be possible to get a little bit of a statement of review on how we arrived at that figure? I know the other years also have projected amounts of 3% in 2026 and 3% in 2027, and yet we really don't know. We're projecting what those growth would be, and that's growth in assessment, which does indeed create the tax dollars, a good portion of the tax dollars that will come from the growth that the town sees. Could we get a quick review, please, on how we project that, because it does affect how much we have to charge in taxes?
Okay, thank you for that question, Councillor Hansard. So that's on page number 48 of our hard copy. I think that's the tax impact, the fiscal plan. 48 page.
It does.
Can we hold that question at a later time? Because right now there's a motion to add $110,000 to the TLC budget.
I'm fine with that.
This does, unless this has some way to maybe add to your argument or for or against this.
Well, I'm simply saying, when we're going through the budget and adding these tax dollars, whether it's for the library or other things, we do have projected growth. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, Mr. Mayor, to look around the community and see we're having growth, and that will possibly ultimately make the impact to taxpayers a bit less than what it might seem we're adding when we add these dollars. That's the purpose of my question.
Okay, I'll come back to that after I call the motion. Okay, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion on the floor? Okay. Seeing none, I will support the motion on the floor. I definitely appreciate Councilor Laurie as the council representative for bringing this forward, and also the presentation from the TLC executive director and also the board chair. As we know that most, I think, just about every recreation facility is a non-profitable business because it's there to provide services for residents. And to have the TLC be in operation in 23 years now, and to have it self-fund 75% of the cost, of the recovery costs, without using any services from the three municipalities is a huge win for us. When you look at other service centers, recreational facilities, a lot of those internal costs as HR, financial, housekeeping, bookkeeping, all that stuff is done by the municipality and covered within the municipality's budget, and not the leisure center. Having the leisure center actually take care of it themselves and show that, and show a 75% recovery rate is kudos to the board and the staff there. So definitely appreciate this coming forward, and please pass on my thanks for a well-done job in terms of the budget. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate the opportunity to close. And I will actually reference what you said there as well. The TLC shows us the true total cost accounting. We see the total cost of everything that goes on in the TLC when we see this in our budget, unlike some of our other areas and some of our other facilities where we don't necessarily see that. So, when we do see this, and we see the ebbs and flows, again, that is something that is the full reality. There's no opportunity to, exactly as you said, utilize other areas and where you could If this facility was under the umbrella of the municipality as a whole, we wouldn't see necessarily all of these things because they would be split out amongst many, many different departments. And so the totality of this increase may actually be spread across 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or more line items within our budget. So it does make this one stand out a little bit more because of the way that this facility is owned and operated. However, I think, again, when I look at the level of increase given where this facility is at, I think it's actually very prudent and very good job by the TLC administration for coming forward and keeping it at the point it's at. The total increase for the entire facility being at 5.3%. You mentioned yourself the achievement of the 74% in operating rate of recovery, and actually the expense to revenue increase that's absorbed in this budget is at an 80% cost recovery. So the increase that was seen in relation to the $300,000 of expenses, the Tri-Leisure is actually working towards the revenue aspect of that in making sure that they are achieving a 20% deficit rather than the 26% deficit. So the management continues to look for ways to lessen the impact on the municipal owners as much as possible while still providing a first-class facility for the entire region and all the residents to enjoy, while enduring a significant amount of pressure due to a lack of additional facilities. So as the Civic Center in Spruce Grove comes on board, as our recreation center comes on board here in the town of Stony Plain, and we continue to move forward with facilities, that will ease some of the pressures on the Tri-Leisure, which will, again, make the management of that facility a little more adaptable to some of the things they've got coming in front of them. So appreciate council's support on this tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Lori. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Okay, just going back to the comment made by Councillor Hansen regarding the tax impact and also the growth, the estimated growth in assessment in our community. I think Councillor Hansen referenced page 48 because that's where they are in terms of 2025, 2026, and 2027 in terms of our fiscal plan. But I'll ask members of council to actually turn to page 56, which has a kind of an explanation of the rationale for that. And I'll ask the administration to go ahead and comment on that.
Your worship, just to clarify, what were you wishing for us to comment on specifically?
So on page, so I think Councillor Hansen was referencing page 48, 49, and 50. So those are kind of like the breakdown. But under the fiscal plan on page 56 explains how staff came up with a 2.85 increase in assessment value.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't state pages.
Yes, but when
I asked about it.
Yes, so where you asked about that 2.85, it's stated here on page 56. So I'm just going to ask the administration to provide some commentary on that.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I can provide a bit, and again, I may get supplemented by the Manager of Finance if I miss something. So as we move through the corporate planning process, there are a couple different things that we will utilize to come up with that percentage number, 2.8 or 1 or 3.3, whatever it comes out at. First and foremost, we're able to track permit values and construction up until the time when we start printing the document. We do have an ability to, just through experience in the organization, how much of that will come on and when during the next taxation year. So that's one area that we get that information from. We also have a finger or an understanding on the pulse, the finger on the pulse, so to speak, of the development industry, and what we know may not be a permit in the books right now, but what we believe to be coming in. We make prudent estimates at that, and there's a piece that just understanding the local or regional economy and the strength of it as a whole. Are some of the, all of the information that goes into the mix. It is an estimate. We do tend to be on more on the conservative side than the aggressive side when we make that estimate, and track that through the year. And I will say, Your Worship, that generally we're pretty accurate on that one.
Okay, thank you for the commentary. So, Councillor Hansen, I know you did not reference pages, but you referenced numbers. So on page 48, you referenced 2.8% due to growth and new assessment. on our copies here.
Mr. Mayor, the chart, the information that is on, in the digital copy for 2025 says 2.85%.
That is correct.
Okay, so we don't have this lovely picture in this binder.
We do. If you look on the page, on the binder, page 48, that's why we're trying to reference it so that all members of council can follow along.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I think you referenced 2.8, 3% on the next page, and then 3% growth on the following page. I just wanted to make sure that I captured what you were asking.
I believe you have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, and motions to change and alter the corporate plan? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion that Town Council amend the recommended 2025-2027 corporate plan to increase grant funding in the amount of $20,000 for the Sky Dancer Indigenous Cultural Center funded by the tax base.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Administration, if you can make sure you have that captured.
Yeah, Your Worship, we're working on it. I'm sure council can move to discussion if that's the will, and we'll have it up when we, shortly.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Very simply put, I believe funding Skydancer Indigenous Culture Center reflects a desire of both residents and the town to bridge a cultural divide. This funding will help meet Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, but more importantly, I believe it will give residents of Stony Plain readily available opportunities to both share their culture, learn about their neighbor's culture, and simply appreciate Indigenous culture that will help foster an inclusive community. Further to that, I would just like to say I think it will also help address a bit of an issue we have with fits and starts in establishing personal relationships with Indigenous communities. We see on page 46, there is on table 46, Community Development Officer recommended in the 2027 corporate initiatives. I think if we want that position to be a success moving forward, I think it behooves us to give them a bit of a head start there.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, open floor for comments, questions, and debate on the motion. Okay, Councillor Hanson.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, we were approached by the founders of the Indigenous Center about a dollar amount, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they asked for it to be ongoing funding, but council decided at that time not to do ongoing funding, but to make it 1 year at a time. Could we please be reminded what the reasoning behind that was? And if any of our concerns have been addressed or proven not to be worthy of being concerned.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard, and thank you for bringing that back up again. So I think one of the reasons why council only approved 1 year was because this was a new organization that was starting up. We want to make sure that it was kind of operating and doing what they said that they were doing. And from this past year of events, participation with our cultural campfires, getting engaged in our downtown Thursdays and everything else, I think it answers those questions already. But if council feels that it does not, then that's up to council's conversation and debate, and then whether to approve or not. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the allocation of this. So if council approves this evening to add this $20,000 for Skydancer, what is the conversation with the organization about how the grant dollars are utilized? Or is this a situation where the grant's provided and they're able to utilize it in a manner that they deem fit for the services they provide the community?
Your Worship, I just want to make a couple of comments, and I know our General Manager of Strategic Services will speak to that as well. Your Worship, I know the motion was made. I just want to double check that the motion as it's written is clear. You'll notice a bit of a difference from the first two. Currently, these amounts did not exist in the corporate plan, so that's why you'll notice an add as opposed to increase. Your Worship, the other thing we have in this one that wasn't in the other ones, just to be clear, the 25, 26, 27, the way it's written, it is a commitment. It would be 3 years. And from that point, Your Worship, we would, all things being the same, it would revert to our historical manner of it would be included unless they asked for a different amount. That's what's written. That's what it implies. Certainly, we can get a response to the question, and maybe the mover or council can just consider that that's the way it's been written up.
Okay, Councillor Meyer?
It looks good to me.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, we'll go back to Deputy Mayor in terms of allocation for the grant dollars.
Yeah, sir, I'll ask, I believe our General Manager of Strategic Services want to speak to that.
Thank you, Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor Anderson, and all of Council. The intent with the grant funding for Skydancer would be an operational allocation. So this is intended to provide them with funds to provide operational services, programming in the manner that is in alignment with their organization. We don't specifically have any prescriptive conditions in the manner in which the funding would be utilized. Similar to the other organizations that we have this type of arrangement with, we do have an agreement in place that helps to guide and ensure accountability for the funding, as well as provide sort of a foundational piece for collaboration and communication and record keeping with regards to the funds themselves and the nature of the relationship between the town and the organization. And, you know, within that, there is a spirit of collaboration between our administration and their organization to continue to, you know, look for opportunities to engage in the programming and services that the town offers that are aligned with the services and programming that they provide, and certainly look for ways to enhance those relationships and opportunities in an ad hoc manner, but certainly, you know, with the planning and annual events that we do on an ongoing basis now that the organization is established and has a footing within the community and within the region, it certainly bodes well for us to build on, you know, further ongoing collaboration and programming and services with them. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, it certainly does. So the root of that question has been conversations with some of our colleagues that are involved in Skydancer, and was excited to hear from them that they had received some provincial funding for programs as well, and you know, they were excited to share that news. And when asked sort of what support they were looking for moving forward, one of the things that was shared was that a lot of the grant funding they've received is tied to specific program deliveries or outcomes, and they didn't have the flexibility to allocate some of those resources in a manner that they needed with increased costs and utilities and insurance and those sorts of things. And so certainly I think you know, that conversation around collaboration and you know, program offering and engagement, but allowing for some flexibility for them and being able to use it in a manner that best serves their organization and ultimately the residents of the region, I think is very, very important. I've been privileged to attend many events over the last year, both on their site and in the community. They've been in the schools doing round dance practices and these sorts of things, and have a number of students this year that were actively engaged in programming with Skydancer over the summer months, and spoke volumes about the opportunities and experiences that they had with their organization. And so this evening, very thankful to Councillor Meyer for bringing this forward. I certainly appreciate the addition of some ongoing support, that this isn't just something year over year that they would need to come back for. I do appreciate they were supposed to be in chambers earlier this year and there were some challenges, and that they are still coming this year in December to provide us an update. But I've also found their staff to be very engaging in terms of the work that they're doing, and they're very visible in the community. And so again, thank you, Councillor Meyer, for bringing this forward, and look forward to hearing from the rest of my colleagues on council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pacheco.
Thank you, Your Worship. Most of my questions have been answered through the dialogue that's just gone. Just I'll add to the fact that I do appreciate that this has come forward, as the culture that we need within our community is there. A bit of a question that comes out of it is I'm just wondering, as they are part of our community in the Tri-region, are all of our partners being asked the same question?
Councillor Pacheco, so when the first presentation came last year, I believe all the partners committed to the 3 years in advance. Stony Plain was the only community that chose to only do it 1 year and to have that conversation come back to the corporate plan.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to propose an amending motion. I'd simply like to remove the year 2027 out of this, and very, very simple logic. As you just mentioned, as was just explained, when Skydancer originally came forward last year, they came forward with a 3-year ask. If we move forward with this as 3 years, this actually creates a 4-year gap before they can come back to council to request any amendment to this. My belief would be that at the end of their first 3 years, they will likely be at a point in time where they understand their operations much better than they probably even do today, and they may have a requirement or a need at that point in time to change their funding. So I'd like to amend this just based on the fact of honoring their original ask, their original agreement, understanding that, as we've heard, that the amounts kind of continue to stay in there, but that they're only able to come back every 3 years to ask for those amendments. So I don't want to handcuff them by adding an extra year to give them a 4-year gap when they originally asked for the 3.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. No, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Now move over to Councillor Meyer.
Yes, I'm agreeable to that.
Okay, if administration has no problem with that as a friendly, then.
Your Worship.
Yeah.
I just wanted to offer some clarification, if it helps at all, in terms of the amending motion. As I had previously mentioned in my comments earlier, we do provide an opportunity for a touch point annually with our agreement partners to discuss current funding levels. So it is a touch point that we provide to our partners to identify if there's any amendments to the financial asks, additional requests, that sort of thing. So that is built into our template agreements. And unless we receive an ask or a request from the organization, we would move forward with the funding levels as they are. But that's an opportunity to potentially consider that if that achieves what Councillor Laurie was indicating from his amendment to the motion.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. That conflicts a little with some of my questioning from earlier this evening. And that's where I have a little bit of a challenge on this, because what I'm understanding from the explanation that was just given is that the funding amounts listed under our grants are not set by an agreement. However, because if that is the case, I would have a different proposed amendment for this. That was something I was going to speak of afterwards as I spoke in support of this motion. So I'm very interested, because I don't know that I necessarily have a clear understanding then of how our grant program works. Because on one hand, earlier this evening, I was being told that we approved grant levels that were essentially to be untouched for 3 years, or they had escalators included in them. But on the other hand, I've just been told now that that's not the case, that they can come back at any time to ask for that. So is the same true then in respect to reductions? Are we able to do reductions at any point in time?
Okay, so Councilor Laurie, I'll just kind of mention what we've talked about earlier in terms of questioning, is that, yes, it is for a certain period of time, but each group can come anytime to ask for additional requests. Hence, the commentary on the 2024 budget, when we added $75,000 to the budget for the Pioneer Museum. That was a one-time ask that they came forward that was above and beyond what was granted in terms of the conversation and agreement. And that's why we see the 2025 budget back to the original agreement with the 3% escalator. From here, what I understood from the general manager is will be the same here. So if we go to 2020, that if year 3, there's a big project coming, doesn't preclude them from coming to ask for additional dollars.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, that is part of my original understanding, is that one-time requests can come at any time. However, the operational agreement is a 3-year agreement. So where I'm having the question or concern on this is, again, Skydancer approached us last year for the 2024 corporate plan, requesting the start of a 3-year agreement at the beginning of last year. The way the motion appeared this evening was a 3-year agreement starting this year, which would essentially hold their base funding at the $20,000 for a period of 4 years instead of 3 years. Granted that they can come back for a one-time ask, what I'm saying is honor the original, my proposal is to honor the original requested timeline of 3 years at beginning in 2024 to allow them the opportunity to come back with an adjusted base ask, not a one-time ask, their adjusted base ask at the end of that agreement.
Yes, and your amendment was accepted by Councillor Meyer, so that's what it is.
Again,
I'm confused here.
This is back to the context that was provided from administration. We were moving forward. So, again, ensuring that there's clarity and understanding the grant program, because if it's one-time asks and one-time projects, that remains status quo as to the understanding that was provided earlier this year. If it is operational funding changes year over year, that makes a very different conversation.
Okay. Thank you. I think members council is, are we crystal clear on that? This is to complete the request that was asked in 2024.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then I want to have a quick maybe question to administration. You know, I understand that the request was for $20,000 for 3 years as they kind of built up the center and kind of the programming. But in terms of, you know, in our report, there is escalation in terms of cost of living, costs of goods going up. Would it be prudent for us to add that in now? Even though they did ask for 2020, is it prudent to add 3%?
Your Worship, if I'll maybe speak to a bit of this. You know, I think what, you know, we have to make a distinction. And I will say, I will go back to the first sort of one of the themes I identified, you know, a purposeful and deliberative elected body, you know, I mean, indicating, you know, what and why. So in this case, the what is funding for an institution or a new fledgling organization that's doing good work in the community. Why? Because you know, I mean, it's a partner of ours, and council, and I'll just interpret, council seems to see fit that this is a very good thing. You know, Your Worship, respectfully, you know, debating contractual arrangements in the council chambers is probably going to be pretty challenging and pretty difficult. I would consider that to be, you know, the how and the who. Your Worship, these are the sorts of things that, you know, I believe for the vast majority of the time, I mean, we get it right. We understand what council wants to achieve. They want to support this particular organization. We take it into those relatively, you know, I mean, reasonably short agreements, and operationalize that intent. You know, some of the way these things are set up are agreed to, and again, in what we believe to be in a spirit of collaboration. Often what these organizations are looking for and are wanting those 3 years or longer is to be able to plan into the out years in a manner in which they don't have to come back every year and so on and so forth. What I believe, part of the reference in some of the dialogue recently and a little bit earlier is that should something massively change or they have a very significant challenge in front of them, that ourselves here at the administrative body, working through those contracts and administering that side of it, believe that we'll be in a place to listen. If it seems like something has changed, there are ways in which we can either come to council, make some changes on our own, so to speak. And so, Your Worship, I believe, for the most part, the intent of council is clear in that agreement or that motion up there. What I can tell you, moving forward, we would take that as the intent is to ensure that, Skydancer has $20,000 in the next couple of years to work forward with, probably double check some of our others. What are the other escalators we have in there and line it up with some of our other agreements and try to implement, the direction to support that group.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Mr. Mayor, at the risk of sounding different from everybody else, I would like to simply say one of the reasons that we decided to fund for 1 year last year was because they were a fledgling group. Councils have not been in the habit of funding organizations until they have some measure of success. We don't normally agree on a multi-year ask. I thought they did come to us for a multi-year ask last year, and we did not grant it. We granted 1 year. So all I want to say is one of the measuring sticks that we had on this organization was that they would come back before us and talk to us about what they've done. Now, many of us have been present at some of their functions, and we know of them. One of the founders of that organization, Diane Miel, actually sat on our cultural roundtable for 2 terms, I believe, or possibly only 1 term, but she sat there, and she was a very effective member. One of the concerns that we had at that time was that this entity was located in Spruce Grove, not in Stony Plain, and we're answerable to our taxpayers for how and why we're spending money. Nobody would deny we're trying to build relationship with our Indigenous community. But I would remind council that we are a multicultural community. We're in the process of building a stronger relationship with our Filipino community. So I would caution that we need to be perhaps a little bit careful being too quick to plug in any entity into an automatic repeat of funding as we have some of the others on that particular list. Most of them have proven themselves over time in the way they have provided a service to the community or whatever. I'm very disappointed, actually, that we've not had the opportunity to hear from Skydancer before we get to this point this evening of making these decisions. So I'm leaning in the direction of another year of funding. My arm could be twisted on the 2 years. I would vote no on a 3-year ask, as the original motion was, and I understand that's been changed because it's very easy to put people into the repeat dollars. It's hard to take them out. It doesn't feel good as a counselor. Sometimes it doesn't look good, and I'll tell you, they certainly don't like it. But I think we need to be a little bit cautious and realize we have more relationships to build besides the Indigenous community. And we already are building with them in many ways. This is only one way. And we still don't have a direct response back from them for us to take into consideration as we deliberate this issue. I might not even be making these comments had we had them before council as we as they had planned. And yes, I heard clearly that there was something that got in the way of that, but that doesn't make a decision for a multi-year ask any easier for me.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard, and I will, yes, they were scheduled to present at the September GMP. A few things came in the way, they were not able to, but they were scheduled now to comment and present at the December GMP. However, since we've approved the additional funding after they had the grand opening on June 21st, on May 5th, they organized the Walk to End Violence in our community. On June 20, that was May 5th. On June 21st, they also helped us organize the Indigenous Peoples Day. On August 21st, council was invited to a summer barbecue to celebrate the end of the summer program that they ran on our behalf. Okay. On September 13th, they partnered with our cultural campfires to do a Bannock and Cree storytelling. So I think, and just those events alone, I haven't dug through all the other events that I've seen, there is a huge impact in our community. So I'm 100% in support of giving them additional funding for this year and next year, and then additional funding if they come back and ask. So those are the ones that I have listed and seen. I'm not too sure if members of council have covered other events that I was not able to, but I hope that gives you a kind of understanding of what they've already completed within that short time already.
If I may respond, Mr. Mayor, appreciate your comments. I was at a good number. I think I've only missed one of those that you mentioned, and I certainly do see them. I'm just cautioning that we do have other groups, and we don't want to set a precedent that it's really easy to come and ask for this kind of money from council and be automatically or pretty quickly put in a position where you can just have ongoing repeat funding. And certainly we may want to do that with other groups, but I think we need to remember that we have a growing ethnicity in our community and be aware that we're still answerable to the taxpayer for these dollars.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, and that's noted, and I think that is the exact reason why council only approved the one-year funding last year, was to make that point. Okay. Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at page 66 still, when we look at a number of the other grants that are here, I'm going to make an assumption, and please, administration, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we see amounts in the 2024 budget, proposed 25, 26, 27. I'm going to assume that these aren't signed contractual agreements for all of these grants that carry through the 2027 budget year. Would that be a fair assumption?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor, that would be a fair assumption.
Okay, so when I look at this, we certainly have the approved amount for 2024. We're proposing for 2025 and moving forward. But in many ways, I think my interpretation is that we have some placeholders here based on those funding agreements that are already in place, that if they were to continue, that would be sort of the projected amount, including any escalators and those sorts of things that are included in those amounts. So for an example, a little bit hypothetical, but the BMX grant there, maybe that's only signed through the end of 2025, but we have a placeholder for 2026, 2027, based on the current agreement and any escalator that exists there. That just kind of holds that amount projected out into those years. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I believe so. I guess I don't know that we would have, we don't have all of those sitting in front of us at this point, and I don't know the expiration dates of each and every one of them. So I would presume that, yeah, if we don't have an expiration date, we might just carry forward an amount going into the out years, yeah.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I also certainly appreciate where some of my colleagues are coming from, and I wonder if there's a way forward thinking, we've made a switch within this term that any new asks from the library and the TLC require a motion of council to put into that grant in terms of the increase. If there would be a way, whether it's through, italics or whatever, that sort of indicate which years specific grants end. And so certainly the placeholders can extend beyond there, but we would have an indication as to how long those formal agreements are in place, whether that requires a motion of council to maintain in those years that those amounts aren't being carried forward. I don't know what that system would look like, but I do appreciate that some of these are multi-year, some are not, some are one, some are, placeholders, and we don't necessarily have the clarity there. With that being said, I also know that in our introduction yesterday to the department business plan for community and protective services, the general manager did indicate that our community grant and sponsorship program is going through a review this year as well. And so certainly I think there's been significant dialogue within this process today, and certainly feedback, I think, there to be considered. When it comes to the motion itself, whether it's, funding for this year with a placeholder for future years, whether it's 25, 26 with a placeholder for 27, I think for me, I'm indifferent. I think it's important that they recognize we are an active, engaged community partner and believe in the work that they are doing. But I also recognize that there's going to be some work done on this process moving forward, and that clarity in that process will help bring clarity to our community partners that receive municipal grants as well. So with that being said, I don't know that there's an actual question there, but certainly supportive of the intention to provide ongoing support to Skydancer. The year, the term, placeholder, and the corporate plan or not, I think will be determined through the community grant and sponsorship program review in the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. So again, it's been a little while, but the motion on the floor as made and amended and accepted as a friendly by Councillor Meyer is that the Town Council amend the 2025-2027 corporate plan to add a grant funding amount of $20,000 in each of the years 2025 and 2026 for Skydancer Indigenous Center to be funded from the tax base. So I think that captures what Councillor Lowy was saying about moving 2027 from there, and that kind of puts us back in line with our partners who have funded it 3 years from 2024, 25, and 26. Any other comments on this and debate? See none? Councillor Lowy, okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the actual point that I raised my hand for earlier. I want to say that I strongly support this. I supported the way that council went about it in making sure that we committed to 1 year of funding to give them that opportunity to show the town what they intended to do, what their organization was about, how they would be engaged and involved, and recognizing the requirements that we put forth and what we did want to accomplish under the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations for municipalities. And I think, again, it's been a very, very positive step forward. I do want to touch on something that Councillor Hansard said in respect to once an agency is in, once they are in, it's very hard to remove or reduce, and that's very true. And when we look at that, we look at the, what's the value being brought back to the town? What does the entity mean to the town, and how does that actually play in, and how is it being managed, and where are the funds going, and how does that compare to other like-for-like agencies? In our grants program, we have 3 what I would call relatively similar organizations. In the Pioneer Museum, the Red Brick Common, and Skydancer. They're tasked with things like the preservation of history, museums, and culture. And yet we have 3 very different funding amounts. We have $97,000 for Red Brick Common. We have $78,000 for the Pioneer Museum, and we now have $20,000 for the Skydancer Indigenous Cultural Center. And again, to your point, I would question when we look at it as to how involved each one of those entities actually is in the town, into what they're providing. And earlier this evening, and I alluded to it, and had I received some different answers, I would have actually had a motion for this $20,000 to be reallocated from one of our other grant recipients in recognition of the discrepancy between the organizations that we have and what they're doing. And again, when I look at what Skydancer has been able to achieve and how they've been able to be integrated into the town and to our events, the events that they have hosted, the events that they have put on in partnership or for the town and for our residents, to be able to do that with $20,000 in comparison to what others have been able to do with $97,000 is staggering. And I am looking as we move forward to a better way of how we can evaluate the grant requests and how we can evaluate what's going on. We had a presentation from Red Brick Common this year where it was very clearly stated to us that they stopped participating and hosting and being a part of events because they didn't receive any direct revenue from it. And I didn't think that those entities were in existence in our community to make revenue. I thought that they brought much more to our community. And to not participate in events because they don't bring them revenue, if anything, devalues the existence. Because if they're not participating in those programs, what are they participating in? What are they doing? Why do they exist? How does that benefit us? And so, I did want to touch as well, yes, we will always have other groups that will come forward looking for money, and it was specified in ethnic groups. The Indigenous peoples were here before us, and that's part of the recognition and part of why this is incredibly important, why this is going forward, and that doesn't devalue the fact that the other ethnic communities or the other ethnic groups within our community have tremendous value and are great participants. I know we've had several very successful meetings with the Filipino associations, and in fact, I don't know that they've even come to us with an ask per se. They love to include us. They love to support us. They love to put on events within our community that they want us to come invite and celebrate to them. And I think they recognize the opportunity that's presented to them by being here, by being a part of the town, and by being a part of our social fabric. And so I think it's two very, very different things in how this is portrayed. And I would not want to lump them into the same. I think this is a very standout individual and important entity to the town. And I'm very, very happy to see this come forward and very happy to support it. I just wish we could have allocated the $20,000 from somewhere else rather than being completely new money into the budget.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Laurie. There's always an option to make a motion if you prefer to go that way as well later on.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understood earlier in my questioning to administration that I could not reduce the funding to a grant recipient based on the agreement. That's why that motion did not come forward.
Councilor Meyer? Closing? Yes.
No, thanks to all council for a very wholesome discussion on the matter. I hope that you can all support a strong community partner.
Thank you, Councilor Meyer. I appreciate bringing it forward, and definitely just attended a few events, and hands down, it is a huge step in terms of town Stony Plain in terms of the truth and reconciliation that we're working towards. So, thank you. Councilor Loynes, go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship. Can I then get further clarification from administration that we're not able to move the 20,000 due to the agreement with Red Brick Common?
Okay, so I'm just going to stop it right there, Councilor Loynes. So as this is a corporate plan that council has the ability to do as we see wish and make motions to change and alter, even though that there is an agreement and sort of kind of an understanding that we want to make sure that we're good partners and give our partners enough lead time to adjust funding changes, it is still the will of council to make those changes if we choose. Right? However, how does that look in terms of our partnership, our ability to work with? So anything in the agenda, council can make a motion to remove, take away, or add. But there is a funding agreement and understanding that we want to make sure that we are transparent and good partners. This is the same argument that we have with our provincial and federal partners when they change agreements and funding at the last minute. That is why we continue to advocate for transparency, long-term funding so that we can plan ourselves. So if council wants to make that motion, 100% allowed, but I'm not too sure how that goes in terms of our reputation.
No, and understood, but from my understanding was the agreement was in place until the end of 2025. So the question I would then ask is then instead of 2025 and 2026 be tax base, if we were to give a year notice to allow them that opportunity to understand their budgets and their constraints, the potential for 2026 to come from RBC.
Mr.
So-
Mayor, if I could, please, the mover of the motion made closing comments, and we're actually moving away from the intention of the motion here. And I think I'm allowed to call this to question.
100%. I think I appreciate you bringing that forward. Again, that is the intent is here. And as I mentioned before, council has the ability to make any motion that they want. So again, I'm not too sure where this debate came from. It was just an understanding of where we are in terms of partners. We have a motion to kind of fulfill our agreement and match the existing partners for the Sky Dinosaur Indigenous Center. Councilor Meyer, thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for the amendment, Councilor Laurie. It is for a 2-year from 2025 to 2026. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Looking at the time, I think let's take a recess. I think we had not yet had anything to eat and anything to have a drink. So let's take a 20-minute recess and come back at 7 o'clock. Okay. Welcome back, members of council, our administration, and those that are joining us in the gallery, and those that are watching through the town's live stream. We just took a couple extra minutes to grab a bite. So moving back to our agenda and conversation, I think there was a little bit of conversation in terms of under the grant expenses. I think there's a couple conversations that was actually really well stated in terms of how do we know when those agreements end. And I think Deputy Mayor mentioned that if we have an agreement, that those be bolded, and those that are like a holding for the next years be not bolded, so that it's easier for our community and also council can tell the difference. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, Your Worship, you know, again, every time we go through the corporate plan process, you know, I mean, we do our own debrief of, you know, certainly stuff that, I mean, council may have mentioned or brought forward about process or items and so on and so forth, and things that we observed on our own that we can clear up, tighten up, alter, so to speak, and that'll certainly be on the list of, you know, how do we make that cleaner moving forward in the document.
Okay. And there's also a conversation regarding Red Brick Common. Can the administration provide when that 3-year agreement is up?
Your Worship, the agreement is set to expire at the end of 2025.
Okay. So 2026 would be another 3-year agreement.
Yes, Your Worship, that would be the intent unless either party gave notification to the other.
Okay, thank you. And again, members of council, as this is a corporate plan, the council is able to make motions to change and adjust the corporate plan any way that we choose. Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question through you to administration in regards to that. So when we have these grants, and as was mentioned, looking for that clarity within this chart of, you know, when those certain agreements come up and when they don't, but we also have a very wide range, all the way from, I think our lowest one is $6,200, all the way up to what's essentially now going to be $900,000. So there's very different entities. I'd like to continue somehow to work on how do we clean this up a little bit? How do we delineate, you know, organizations like the TransAlta Tri-Leisure and the Stony Plain Public Library that are essentially extensions of the municipality versus things like, say, the Chamber of Commerce or NeighborLink or Parkland Food Bank, who, while very important partners, are not necessarily extensions of the municipality. That's number one. Number two is then, when these agreements do come up, how does council get an opportunity to provide input, feedback, requests, et cetera, especially when we have several of these in which we do have a council representative sitting on the board and would have some input into that? Because if I'm understanding what was said earlier, was essentially unless there is an increase, that is approved directly by administration. And so I didn't hear an opportunity there for council to actually have any input or any decision-making ability there.
Administration, go ahead.
Yeah, Your Worship, so you know, I mean, I'll try to go for the first comment, I guess, and then I may need just a little bit of, you know, clarity for the second part. But so yeah, you know, I mean, as you look at that, we can all see the list, you know, on our documents in our binders and whatnot. And yeah, there's certainly, you know, there's some pretty big variance in the way. You know, I mean, we kind of have them all on one page under grants. You know, I mean, I don't know that the TLC is actually a grant. It's an operating arrangement and so on and so forth. You know, you know, that's the way we've kind of grouped them in the past. You know, I'll be, I guess, fairly straightforward. You know, we haven't given it a ton of consideration in the way that it is presented. It's been like that for quite some time. You know, we can take a look into that. You know, maybe there's some commonalities. You know, service group versus providing a direct service, i.e. the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, that's not really a grant. It's actually a contractual arrangement for them to provide tourism services. And it has its own set of tracking and so on and so forth, right? So, you know, I mean, there's some variety in what the way those are administered or the way they are operationalized, I guess would be one way to put it. So I think I'll just stop there on the first question, just an acknowledgement that yes, there are a variety of approaches and service delivery, so on. No, I think I'll stop there. If I could just maybe get a refresh on the second point.
Thank you very much, and I will say, again, completely recognizing very, very different, and I think you've highlighted where some of the initial challenge comes in. The second aspect of it is in relation to these various grants, and I will use the term grants in separating out those operating agreement ones, because we do have some very clear pathways as to how we deal with those operating agreements. But the grants, we don't. And if these are cyclical grants in a 3-year time period, number one, we've already discussed that in the chart, there's no indication to council as to when these grants actually expire. So we do not know which of these operating years we are committed as a grant and which of these operating years would be an opportunity to potentially look at any changes. And then the number two aspect of that is, how does council then have the opportunity to have input into the future agreements, the funding level, the deliverables, the requirements, and any potential changes to that?
Yeah, so as to the specifics in the contract, or what generally is the contracts that would govern most of the grant agreements, so to speak. I would say there's not a direct line into exactly what those say or don't say from a council perspective. I think the attempt that's made over the years, so to speak, is to understand and appreciate the willingness of council, the direction of council, the overall support for any particular organization that's demonstrated in different ways, whether that's in the chambers or so on. There's just an attempt to implement that support, is the way I would put it. I think, if I could allow maybe a little bit of a little piece of editorial or just commentary on this. I think, what may fit at some point in the reasonable near future is to, maybe a revisit of the intent of these programs, and not in a specific way, but what is really being worked on here is, one of the themes, so to speak, is these are all groups, organizations, so on and so forth, that provide some form of service in the community. And councils in the past, and councils all over the place in different communities, have always seen fit to support those in one way or the other, in some manner, dollar amounts, so on and so forth. When contemplating that theme, the one thing we do hear from many of these groups, I believe it was mentioned earlier, most of these are, a lot of them are operating funds, because some of these groups do get, I don't want to say hemmed in, but, program funding is sometimes often coming from other orders of government, whereas just base operating funding is often, I don't know if I'd say often, is one gap that we can fill for them. I think the other thing to bear in mind is, I think it was mentioned earlier, another theme is just ease of use. These are not, with the exception of a handful of those on that list, they're not big operations that are able to meet heavy reporting requirements and so on and so forth. So with all of those themes, and the fourth one I would say certainly important is transparency of dollars spent. And so how does that fit in? It becomes like many other things that sits at a council level. What's the balance between those themes, and then how is that achieved in a operational way? Your Worship, and through to Councillor Laurie, I'll just stop there. That's a bit of the commentary. I'll just stop there.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It sounds like a very complex problem. And so what comes out of this to me then is, when we look at some of the other things and how some of our other operational things are managed, we often have policies and procedures. Do we have any type of a policy around our grant programs?
I'm seeing some head shaking, so I'm going to say nothing at a high level, broad stroke, kind of indicating the manner in which.
Okay, thank you very much. That's, I think, all for me on my questioning on that. I believe I will have a motion coming out of that, though. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, motions, and debate? Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at page 57, of our printed copy here. I'm going to speak to something that may not be exactly correct, but please, Mr. Mayor or administration, correct me when I get off track, because I'm sure I will. Just looking at the average tax split, I believe it was 2021, where council moved to bring our non-residential municipal property tax to the EMRB sort of average in terms of the difference between our residential and our non-residential. And at that time, I believe was 1.4 to 1 in terms of non-residential to residential, so $1.4 for non-residential property owners for every dollar paid by the residential taxpayer. And that was put into policy, I think it was April 2021, something like that. Since that time, we see here in the bottom paragraph, page 57, that average tax split has moved to 1.47 to 1. When I went back and looked at the policy, and I believe it was noted here as well, there is a specific cap put into the Revenue and Taxation Policy C-FS 051 that says that tax split cannot move greater than 1.40. Sort of two questions here. One, what would it mean in additional tax revenue if we have moved or were able to move to the 1.47 to 1, as has been identified as the current EMRB average tax split? And two, is there a manner to do that with the understanding that our revenue and taxation policy does specify that hard limit of 1.40 split?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Anderson and all of council. Thank you for the question. As noted on page 57, you're correct, the policy maximum is 1.40, although the average did move to 1.47. This policy is actually up for renewal in 2025 and will be brought forward before council in Q1 before our tax rate is approved. So as for your question, in any additional tax revenue that will be generated based on that tax split change, there is no additional tax revenue generated from that. It is just the split between residential and non-residential. So I have some quick calculations that I have, and basically what that would mean, so on page 57, it states that for every 100,000 of residential assessment, that an annual increase would be $39.96. That would shift to $31.50 if we were to adopt a policy at 1.47 tax rate split.
Okay, so I appreciate the clarity there. Obviously, it's a shift in split, not an increase. So thank you for that. Can you give me the last little bit again there in terms of the change that would be seen if this was to be proposed, passed, and implemented?
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Anderson and all of council. So as stated on page 57, the current annual increase per $100,000 is stated at $39.96. This would be reduced for residential to $31.50 if a 1.47 split would be applied.
Perfect, thank you for that. And now, if we equated that to a percentage in terms of a tax increase to the residential taxpayer, we're looking here at 6.15. What would that change to?
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Anderson, all of council. The tax increase would not change. So the tax increase that is approved is the total dollars increased into the budget. It's the impact per residential versus non-residential that would change.
Right, sorry. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm going to try to word my question and I'll come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any more questions, comments, motions? Okay, Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make a motion, and apologies to administration. I wasn't able to craft and email this one, as this is based on some of the responses we've received this evening, so I will speak slowly, and hopefully we can capture it. So I would like to make a motion that we review the grant expense section of the corporate plan and its definitions to delineate grants versus operating agreements. And that administration bring forward a policy for our grant program prior to the end of this term.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie, can I just get you to repeat that one more time, please?
Yep. So the first part of the motion is that we review the grant expense section and definitions of the corporate plan to delineate between grants and operating agreements. And then the second part of the motion is for administration to bring forward a policy for our grant program prior to the end of this term.
We'll give you a minute to capture that.
Yeah, Your Worship, we'll take a minute or two here to just try to clean this up, and then we'll be able to bring it up on screen for a review.
Okay, go ahead and speak to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Very simply, I think as we've gone through discussions tonight, we have uncovered a bit of a challenge in our document, in that we have a section that is a bit of a catch-all. I'll use that term here, in where we have a variety of different funding models and a variety of different agreements in which we are classifying as grants, when in reality, as we heard from our administration, we have varying different agreements that occur amongst them. So with things like our Chamber of Commerce, we have an operating agreement because they are operating the Visitors Information Center on behalf of the town. The TLC, the library, they all have certain different operating agreements and partnership agreements that are not, by definition, grants, and therefore should be separated out and should be held differently, so there is clarity and understanding to our residents as to which entities we have operating agreements with and which entities are we solely funding as grants. The second part of that is, I think, again, we've heard this evening and we've understood and uncovered this evening that in respect to our grants, we don't currently have a policy. So we do not have a policy as to, for instance, a new entity, or fledgling, I think was the term we used earlier, comes forward and would like to request funding from council. We don't have a policy that guides that. We don't have a policy that guides that organization, that guides administration, or that guides council. We also don't have a policy that guides how that continued relationship is to be managed. At what point in time or at what funding level are varying levels of length, term, or value of agreements required. And so I think very clearly coming out of that is that we have some work to do in this area in order to clean this up and in order to give us an opportunity to achieve greater clarity in our corporate plan, as well as greater clarity as to how any and all organizations who wish to apply for grant funding from the town manage that relationship, and how council and administration also continue to manage that relationship through its entirety, including renewals of their agreements.
Thank you. Administration, have you captured it?
Yeah, we do. We'll have it up in a second here, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Or we believe we tried to. Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I will note that little bit of a change at the very bottom there. I just opted for October 1st, 2025 as a prior to. But the logic there was just that, in the event that it was to go that far, you mean council would still have an opportunity to review, make changes, so on and so forth, prior to the end of the term?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This captures the essence of what I am looking for. I'll leave it to council if they feel that there is any requirement for a date on the first section. I think it could potentially be achieved before the corporate plan is approved at the, I think it's the last RCM of this month, but I also don't want to put too much on administration. I do respect the fact we have the document in front of us. I'm not looking for any significant changes. Appreciate the date being placed on the second portion. The intention would be to make sure that that policy is in place prior to the next corporate plan coming forward for the council of the day.
Thank you, Councillor. Just want to ask a question for clarity. So in terms of the second part of the motion, so a policy coming for a grant program, would you be amicable to be adding the operating program as well? If we're going to, because right now the problem is that everything's lumped under grants. And then I think you mentioned the difference between operating and grants. So if we have a policy for grants, we don't have a policy for operating, then if everything migrates from a grant program to an operating grant, then we're in the same situation a couple years down the road.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think there already is a clear delineation. I think we're just ignoring it. We have very specific operating agreements with those entities. Some of them are legislated in respect to the library, for example. And so I don't, I'm not sure how that would play into the policy. The intention of, again, the policy I'm requesting is guiding, as I mentioned, things like the definitions, the thresholds, the agreement terms, the renewal process, and so on and so forth in respect to our basic community funding grants. I don't know that the same definitions or the same subject matter would be included in the operating one. Now, if you feel that there needs to at least be a delineation within the policy for what quantifies an operating partnership grant versus what a grant by the term is, maybe that's where that lies. I'm just not sure maybe what you're requesting as an amendment. I
think it was just going back to the earlier conversation where Councillor Meyer made the motion to add $20,000 for Skydancer. And the conversation around the table was that they appreciated that it was a non-restrictive operating grant. They're not done for a certain program, so that they had the ability to use it for what they needed. So again, if this does not address that operating policy, then we might have the same kind of issues. And I understand that we're legislated for a few of them, but the others are not.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I would, the operating grant in their still terms grant. So whether they're using the money for operating, whether they're using the money for programming, I don't think is specific. I would argue that the money provided to the likes of the Chamber of Commerce, the money provided to the library, the money provided to the TLC is not actually a grant, because we have specific agreements in place in respect to the operating and I mean, we have ownership in 2 of those 3 as well. So again, I think it could potentially be clarified in the definition section of this policy to determine which entities fall under this policy or which don't. I'd look to administration to see if maybe they have some advice on this. I'm just not sure what exactly you're looking for in respect to an amendment on this. Is it just simply to make sure we are clear in the definition section of this policy?
I believe so, because I think if we don't have a policy that covers operating, then maybe it's like I don't come and request a grant funding for my programs. I'm requesting operating dollars.
Okay, so is it simply then a change of the title? Because currently, this is the grant program. It's not necessarily titled anything specific. It doesn't have a specific chart number. It's just titled grants. So I don't know that the motion precludes that from being an inclusion.
Okay. You know what, maybe we'll see where this lies, and if it passes, then we will get a report, and then council can weigh in terms of what the policy looks like before it comes back to council.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, my belief would be that council would obviously get a couple opportunities to see it prior to adopting it. So I think we could flush those details out.
Okay, Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear that we need clarity on this. I'm in agreement with Councillor Laurie. Library, TLC are different kinds of entities. The groups that we choose to give money to are different than those that we have ownership in or we have ongoing signed agreements with. Those are funding models that we're using to provide money to library, TLC, et cetera. That's not the same as a give for which in some cases we don't even know what we get back, if anything, even so much as a report coming forward. And we need to know how those dollars are spent. Our taxpayers have a right to know how an entity is spending the dollars that we're providing to them. And I think that if we're not accountable to that, how in the world do people trust that we're making wise decisions around this? So I think the things that aren't really a grant need to be taken out of here and let those other entities stand on their own.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
As had been mentioned in the presentation yesterday, the general manager of CAPS has already committed in his business plan to review the grant and sponsorship program. And part of me wonders if this is going to flush out in the work that's already being proposed and undertaken in that business plan, in that program review. And so I know there's some dialogue about what should be broken out and how it should be broken out. My wonder is, to the mover of the motion, if there's confidence in the conversation that's been had, and if there would be an amendment, I guess possibly, that could just say that administration complete the community grant and sponsorship program review and bring it back to council prior to October 1st, 2025, without specifying and trying to define how that's broken out. And I think administration can have some conversations about the best way to do that and bring it forward based on the conversation around the table. So, sorry, let me be clear. Not proposing the amendment, just speaking to the mover of the motion to see if that would still capture the intent of what was brought forward this evening.
Administration? I think, yes, there is a review.
Your Worship, I think the motion captures, whether it's the motion or you include the work that we noted in our presentation yesterday, we understand the intent, and the same output would probably occur regardless of how it's worded.
Okay, and I do appreciate that, and I think because there are some specifics here in terms of a direction how to delineate between certain items that currently fall under the grant, if the removal of that would provide greater flexibility to administration to delineate in a way or a manner that fits the review that's being completed.
Your Worship, through to the Deputy Mayor, certainly there's been a lot of dialogue this evening about some of the nuances of page 66. There are certainly some that are more clear than others. I think to the BMX as an example, they run a facility for us for $16,000. Is that a grant or is that an operational agreement? Can you put an agreement in policy? I'm not certain, but we will do the work to see if others have a policy around agreements and how you strike agreements and what types of agreements are put forward. Typically, an operational agreement has very defined outputs, and if they're not meeting those, then the agreement is basically terminated. Or you have a healthy conversation about how you can correct the actions that are not being completed, and everyone moves forward. So I do appreciate the length of time we spent on page 66 and some of the clarity that is going to be required in future corporate plans and through the work that we'll do in 2025 prior to April 1st, 2025. We'll ensure that council has further clarity and is happy with how it might be displayed in the 2026 corporate plan.
Yeah, like I think my intent in asking the question is just to ensure that administration has the freedom and flexibility to delineate in a way that would make sense to bring it back. But if administration is comfortable with as it's worded, there's no need for me to propose anything else. So.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I do appreciate all the conversation that's gone on tonight around all of this. But we keep talking grants and operating agreements. So we're talking about a grant that we want to have a policy around. Do we have a grant? Do we have a policy around operating agreements? As you're referring to, the library, the TLC, and stuff like that as well. Like, what the public perception is, if we're funding programs within our community, at some point in time, we should be paying attention to how those funds are used under the direction of both administration and council. So do we need policies under both? Is there a policy today that speaks to the operating side of it?
So I guess to administration, in terms of operating grants, I think it's mentioned that we do have sort of a quasi-operating grant with the chamber. How does that look? And is there, like, as mentioned by the general manager, for example, the BMX, is that an operating grant for them to operate the service for us, or is it a grant for them so they can do their work?
Your Worship, I'll just make a few more comments here. Appreciate the motion that's in front of council. There's been some confusion this evening. There's been some uncertainty. All I read up there is that council is looking for some administrative rigor to bring some certainty and some clarity to what we're talking about. That's how I read that. That's how I interpret it. There would be some check-in points, and we would hope to be completed, as it says, up prior to October 1st. It's pretty straightforward to me, Your Worship.
Okay, I think so. I think once we get the first report in terms of the differences between operating grants and operating agreements, that'll give us the opportunity to have that conversation. Based on the motion, I think the first motion will definitely come back first, and then from the conversation that has been provided to council, then a policy will be brought forward after that conversation. So this won't come at the same time.
Your Worship, again, difficult to sit here right now, right at this second, and say this is exactly what will happen. What I would commit to and what I believe, because council has some questions. I know myself, and I'm sure the rest of the SLT is also thinking of another, 25 other variables that council hasn't brought up so far. So, again, what I would expect to do with the team would be to, go back, start put some parameter around the dialogue at this point, and just begin a clarification process. Frankly, we'll probably do a fair amount of that internally to begin with. Make sure we're clear in and of ourselves on all of them, and then bring forward some recommendations to council. And Your Worship, if a little bit more room, transparency, accountability, service delivery. These people do a lot of good things. Those would be the themes that jump to my head. That would form the basis of the policy discussion. And then working with council, we go forward from there. Okay. That's what's in my head.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hassard.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only concern is I'm questioning the October 1 date. Next year is an election year. If they come back to us on October 1 and council of the day asks for some changes to be made, is it possible then that it won't come back to us in time for this council to be responsible for passing or not passing what we asked administration to work on off and on throughout the whole next year? I'm thinking that this report should come back to us not later than the second meeting in September, so that if this council has questions or concerns, admin could address those and then come back to us with a final product that could be passed or rejected by this council, rather than in those years, such as, there have been several, when 5 councilors were not here in the next council, that it would be wise for us to take care of our own business and not put that on a brand-new council wondering, why in the world have they asked for this? So could we have that date? I'll be glad to make a motion if you suggest that that would be probably a wise thing to do. Have the report come back to us in September, so there's time for council to go over it and say yes or no. And
Okay, so from my understanding of what the motion is, so the review and report would come back way sooner than that? It sounds like it would be...
so it could be prior to.
So it's
Okay.
probably April, May, and then from those conversations after it's presented to council, from what we talk about around this table, the administration is going to go back and develop a policy around what we said. Right, so,
Out of what we're talking about now.
no. So there will be a review that'll be brought back to council, and it sounds like probably the end of April, May. I think I heard some of those numbers.
Okay.
And then that conversation amongst council will direct and provide guidance to administration to bring back a policy for us to review.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, anyone else has questions, comments, and debate on the motion? No? Okay, Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
So I'm not sure exactly where to begin on this one. Just picking up maybe a bit what Councillor Hansard was talking about in terms of, I'm not opposed to this because I've been here and I've been listening to all of debate as well. But you mentioned taxpayers have a right to know how the money is spent, and I don't disagree with you on that. And as I look at up and down the list, the big ticket items there, we do sit on those boards, and so in that regard, I think we do have some oversight already there. What my concern here would be maybe some of these smaller groups, we create a situation where it's onerous on maybe, like I think to the neighbor link there, we're giving them 10,000, and that's not insignificant, but at the same time, I know that they're already a pretty stretched group as is, and so when I hear policy and all the rest of that, I think, oh, paperwork, and I go, you know, will it add value in that regard, you know? So just some comments there, I guess.
Councilor Lori?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Meyer. I 100% agree with those points. And that's why, again, part of what I would like to see in a policy is that kind of consideration, is if the funding level is X value, what requirements are we putting on them? So, as you mentioned, do we have the same or different requirements for a grant of $10,000 versus a grant of $100,000? And I think that's something that we need to flush out. I think that's something is why this needs to exist and why this conversation needs to go forward, so that we can understand what are the definitions, what are the thresholds, what are the requirements, and are there different levels of requirements based on the funding? Is it maybe if it's at X dollars, we require an annual report, whereas if it's at X dollars, we don't need to hear from them once every 5 years. That's it. So I think that's the importance of this, and why that I'm bringing this forward is because we have no definition, we have no clarity, we have no policy, and so we need to create that so we understand how these are best managed going forward for that accountability and clarity perspective.
Okay. Councilor Meyer?
Appreciate my fellow councillors' comments there. I hope such a policy can sort those types of things out. I think I can support this.
Okay. Any more members of council for questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, I think this is a good conversation for council. I look forward to the review and having that more wholesome conversation about actually where they lie and how it's going to be best suited in terms of reporting back to our residents. Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just close very, very quickly on this one. I just want to give council an example. The Stony Plain Outdoor Pool is contracted under an operating agreement with the Tri-Leisure Centre, and yet it's not delineated anywhere in our fiscal plan. So again, it's the visibility and where those things lie. It might be in the Tri-Leisure operating grant that's here. I couldn't honestly tell you. And so again, it's very important, I think, as we move forward to identify those, understand which ones exist, where they exist, how much they are, and so on and so forth. I think, as was already mentioned, our strategic plan might be a great opportunity as to where we can have a little further discussions, and it's already in our corporate plan that administration would be working on some of this work anyways. I think this, again, just emphasizes the importance of that and why council wants to see it. I'll finish with, we pride ourselves on the GFOA. I believe we've won many GFOA awards and we continue to receive those. And the GFOA has an establishing an effective grants policy right on their website. And it talks about identification and application. It talks about strategic alignment. It talks about funding analysis, evaluation prior to renewal or grant continuation, administrative and operational support. All of these things would be fantastic things for us to have laid out in policy and understanding for both clarity to ourselves, to our administration, and to the receivers of the grant. So appreciate and ask for council's support on this.
Thank you. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. That's carried. Okay. Any more comments, questions, and motions? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having time to reflect, I'm going to circle back to my questions on the municipal tax rate. Just for my own understanding, I know the manager of finance, I believe, is that the right department? Sorry, sometimes the positions, had alluded to Q1, the taxation policy coming back into council, and it took me a second to connect that would happen prior to the final approval of the corporate plan. And certainly there will be conversation at that time amongst my colleagues on council to discuss and debate what that could look like, and the impact would be seen prior to final approval. So I appreciate the points of clarity. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And then that definitely for sure. Looking at that that review, and also if council's willing to change it, we can also set a start date too, so it doesn't have to be this corporate plan as well. Okay. Members of council, any questions, comments, and motions? Councillor Hansard?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, and I do have a comment that I'd like to make. Are you getting ready to move into final wrap-up of this meeting?
Well, I still have some motions that I have written down.
You're going to throw motions
that nobody's
at us?
motions
Okay.
on, but I'm giving members of council the opportunity to go first.
Okay, I don't have a motion, but I do have a kind of wrap-up comment.
Well, when that happens, I will go around the table like I normally do.
Okay, please give us a signal. Now is the time for your wrap-up comment, if you have any, something like that.
Damn it, I did not write it down. I did not capture it, so I'm sorry, Councillor Hansard. Deputy Mayor, I pass you the chair.
All right, I will accept the chair, and I'm assuming that's because you have something that you would like to speak to.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. Okay. Okay. Ask members of council to turn to page 30 of our package. Okay. I'd like to propose a motion that the council removes $100,000 from the RCMP budget for 2025.
All right, we'll give administration a second there. Administration, are we okay to have Mayor Choi speak to that as you're getting it written up? Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 100% I am supportive of our RCMP and what they do in our communities, and also supportive of the safety enhancements that they've done in partnership with our community, and also then what our community has done in terms of pedestrian safety and other in terms of enforcement through our community peace officers. Through our conversations with the RCMP at the most recent Alberta Municipalities Association, where Councillor Hansard and Councillor Loynes joined me, one of the biggest issues and topics that we had, and many of the other people that I've talked to since then as well, was the inaccuracy in how the RCMP budgets. Yesterday we heard that we received a check for $300,000 for 2023 because they over budget. What they budgeted and invoiced us for was a lot lower than what they actually used. And we also heard that in 2024, it'll be similar. They invoice us for certain amounts, and when it gets reconciled at the end of the year, it is lower than what they actually invoice us for. So having that full amount there is good, but based on what I've seen in my time on council, the accuracy is false. So it does not usually match what they request and they say. And one of the reasons why they're asking for an increase is the fact that they have the capital plan to replace vehicles, hardware, body cams, all the stuff that normally we need to replace and upgrade in a rotation basis. Personally, from speaking with other members of municipalities that contract services with the RCMP, the possibility of actually having it done in a whole year is very, very slim. So budgeting for the full amount, which they have requested, will leave us a surplus next year. So in terms of budgeting, I think reducing the RCMP budget by $100,000 will kind of account for some of that possibility of not completing everything that they have listed on their replacement program, and in terms of personnel fulfillment. We've seen in the last couple of years, in 2023, there was a $330,000 rebate back to the town of Stony Plain because they did not meet their stated expenditures. And then next 2024, it looks like we're tracking at $100,000. So I think in terms of proper budgeting, safely we can remove $100,000 from the RCMP budget without affecting the year end of 2025.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going to look to administration. Were we able to capture the intent? Mayor Choi, the motion is up on the screen. Just looking to you to confirm that this captures what you've spoken to this evening.
That is correct, but it's only for the 2025 year.
Okay.
Your Worship, we can add that into the amendment, I believe, so we'll try to do that. Just again, they all start with amend the recommended 25 to 27. That's just saying the document, so to speak, the actual 25 to 27 corporate plan, but we can put a year in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Choi. Thank you, administration. Going to open this up to council for questions, comments. Councillor Lori.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm wondering if administration has any data in regards to more than just the last 2 years as to the RCMP's budget to actual. So what we have essentially, what we've paid versus what the actual expenses have ended up being. 2 years is a very small sample size for me to be comfortable with that level of reduction, especially given the worst case scenario is that we fund it fully and we end up with a surplus. Whereas if we were to reduce it by $100,000, the RCMP in fact achieved their budget, we did not have a surplus in that calendar year. Now we're trying to find where to grab that additional $100,000 from at that point in time. I know that At times, the RCMP have been fully staffed to our full committed complement, and I believe that that would result in them achieving the full realization of the budget. Again, capital replacement programs may be delayed, but they may be accelerated too. And I know, for example, the pistol replacement program has been delayed and delayed and delayed, but I think the reality is once it goes forward, if it hasn't already, it could be very quick. So I just would like more of a snapshot than 2 years to understand how often this is actually occurring and whether we would or wouldn't. So I'd probably like to see at least 5 years.
All right, and I'm going to look to administration. Do we need a couple of minutes here to find that data? Is it readily? Okay. All right, we'll pass it over. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. So we have provided we have completed a 5-year trend analysis based on the data, and we have, as an organization, done advocacy to the RCMP to provide this information in the past about some of the challenges and what a large line item it is on our budget, and when large swings occur, how it impacts our tax base significantly. So I'm just going to go from 2018 to 2023. So 2018, we had a deficit of 403,000. 2019, we had a deficit of 60,000. 2020, we had a surplus of 160,000. 2021, we had a surplus of 183,000. 2022, we had a deficit of 271,000. 2023, we had a surplus of 170,000.
All right, thank you, administration. We'll go back to Councillor Laurie for some comments.
Thank you, and thank you very much to administration. With that clarity, again, unless I hear compelling information from the remainder of council, I don't think I would be inclined to support this. 100% think we need better budgeting from our RCMP. I think to see a swing from a surplus of 183,000 to a deficit of 403,000 in the annual requisition from the town is very concerning. However, I don't see how reducing the contract in the budget by $100,000 achieves any additional benefit to the town or creates a better situation. In fact, it could create a worse situation, as just 2 years ago we were at a deficit of $271,000. That would now make that deficit $371,000. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to have it end up as a surplus if they don't fulfill it, whereas with reducing $100,000, we very easily could just be making a difficult situation of a deficit worse in the future. So appreciate the motion, appreciate the premise behind it, but at this time I don't think I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. At this time, we'll look to Councillor Hanser.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, my initial intent was to vote for this because of I'd rather see the money at work in our community, reducing the tax burden of this year for our taxpayers. However, with the information, a wise question asked by Councillor Laurie, I'm not sure, I'm thinking I would not support this because the big swings are of a concern. However, what is unclear to me is they're refunding us money in 1 year, and then we find that perhaps we're behind in funding, so that money isn't carried forward by them. What happens to those? How do we get those deficits paid? We have to come up with that money in a given year? Is that the point?
All right, and we'll turn that to administration. So the question, how do we make up a deficit when we receive a bill owed from the RCMP?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, to all of council. At the end of the year, if we were identifying to have a deficit in that line item, we would bring it to council in front of council when we present the year-end results. And in the past, we have recommended that being funded from a reserve.
Okay, Councillor Hansard, did you have any follow-up questions or comments?
A comment, yes. Considering that our reserves in many cases are depleted, I would think that we might have difficulty doing that. So the only problem that I have is we're seeing a 2-year, well, like full year at least, delay. And from when they identify that we've got a deficit or a surplus until we actually have that reconciled. Yet when we're called upon to come up with the difference, we may not get that kind of time. So I'm not opposed to seeing that money left with the budget for the RCMP as long as we're able to apply it to any deficit. I would rather see at least 3 years in a row where we are receiving a refund before I would consider that a trend worthy of reducing the money provided to the RCMP.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. We'll turn over to Councillor Palechko. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Interesting to sit here and have this conversation, and I think back to the first time I was on council. I believe we've had this discussion almost every year regarding the RCMP and the difficulty they have with budgeting. While I can appreciate the motion that come forward, it reduces our tax base by about 0.5%, not quite 0.5% if we base it on the $220,000 that we have. But at the same time, I think back to the years, and I'm glad you confirmed them, that we've had deficits over the years where we've had to find that money at times. So just by reducing it because we're trying to meet the needs of our community, we do have the opportunity for that money to come back where we don't on other aspects of our budgeting process. So having a $100,000 surplus in a year's time would not be a bad thing, and it's not an over amount. So as I look at this today, I'm not so sure that I could support this, knowing that since I've been on council, most years we've had that. And it's obvious that it's hard for the RCMP to be able to budget fairly close. And I can appreciate that as well, because we know that there's times where they can't get staff and there's times where there's a large amount of staff available. But we also know that they need a lot of different things over the next few years. So unless I hear the wisdom of council tell me different, I'm leaning towards not being able to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Palechko. I did see Mayor Choi, I think you had a point of clarity or comment to something that had been raised during Councillor Hansard's questions and comments.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in terms of the question asked by Councillor Hansard, which is very, very astute about what happens if there is a deficit and it's funded from the reserves, but she didn't ask the reverse question of that, is what happens when there's a surplus.
All right. I thought he was going to comment on that, but we'll just turn that to administration. So when we have a surplus, what happens to those dollars?
Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor, to all of council. It would be the same process at the end of the year. That would be reported as a significant surplus with the opportunity to transfer that into reserves.
Thank you for that. Follow-up, Mayor Choi?
No, I'll wait until any more questions before I make some more comments.
Okay, thank you. Looking down the table again, questions, clarity, comments? Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a specific reserve that would go into, or is there just the general reserve?
To administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Loynes and all of council. The recommended reserve at that time would be tax levy stabilization, as it fits the best definition based on operations and has been used in the past to offset some of this contract, RCMP contract, as we staged it in.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
And without me having to flip through the pages, could you tell me what the number in our tax levy stabilization is? Sorry.
Admin, go ahead. believe we're looking at page 80.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. To Councillor Lawrence and all of council, the stabilization and contingency operating reserves is summarized on page 80. The projected ending balance in 2025 is $421,000.
Thank you, administration.
Okay,
Further?
just general comment then.
Okay, go ahead.
So looking at page 80 and seeing the digressing number of dollars in that reserve, I don't think I can support this motion either, because I would rather us know that there is some monies to fall back on, worst case scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loyens. Back to council. Any additional questions? Okay, I do have one question before we go back to Mayor Choi for closing. Can someone on administration please clarify for me, when did our current detachment commander, Inspector McGilvery, come into his role?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to take a guess. Detachment opened in 19. That was Inspector Locke, and I think he departed about 12 months later. So in the 2021 range is when Inspector McGilvery arrived.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. That was my one question. So again, before Mayor Choi's had a chance to close, Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Sorry, just through you, Deputy Mayor, do we, staff shortage, how many positions remain unfilled at the moment?
Administration, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Meyer. I don't have that number in front of me. I did have a meeting with the detachment inspector on Monday afternoon. My recall of that is we are at full complement. How they get to that is if someone's off sick or on some sort of leave, that's covered through their division, that wage, and then they backfill that. So double bunk is what they call it. So they bring another person in to cover that leave or that time off. So in essence, the inspector works very hard to try and ensure that we're at our full complement at all times. And there are some things that certainly impact that, and we do have years where we've been below our full complement for sure. But I would say over the recent 24 months, we've likely been closer to that 19 complement than not.
Thank you, administration. Back to, oh, sorry, I heard a voice.
I was just going to say, Your Worship, sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to the rest of council, and excuse me, the reconciliations that are done, which lead to those sometimes potential surpluses or deficits, will often have to do with staffing complement. And we were in constant contact, and we understand who's there and who's not and how many, generally speaking, but they do come out in the reconciliation documents that are provided as per invoicing and contracting.
Thank you, administration. Councillor Meyer, back to you with follow-up or comment. Good. All right, looking down the table again. All right, Mayor Choi, will come back to you for closing comments before we call the question.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate those questions and the comments and the answers provided by administration. So, I appreciate the comments. I want to make sure we budget properly. I think we are budgeting properly with a reduction of $100,000 into the RCMP budget. We talk about trends, and I 100% agree that I'm a stickler for numbers, and I do a lot of trends. So if we look at the last 5 years, as suggested by Councilor Laurie, 2019, we had a surplus of $64,000. Deficit, okay. Of deficit minus, okay, 64. 2020, we had a surplus of $160,000. 2021, we had a surplus of $183,000. In 2022, we had a deficit of $200,000. In 2023, we had a surplus of $170,000. In 2024, I believe our administration is tracking a surplus of $230,000. I get that number from what the question asked on page 29 was that the RCMP contract increase would be offset by the 2024 surplus. I asked what that number was, and that number was $400,000. So out of those years of going back, we have roughly 75% probability that the RCMP would be providing a surplus on that. Okay? So, as I mentioned, I do support the RCMP. This is not about defunding the police, removing funding from that. It's about proper budgeting so that we do not have too large of a surplus at the end of the year. In terms of if there is a deficit, it comes back from reserves. If there is a surplus, it goes into reserves. This motion is to make sure that we, as members of council, ensure that we leave money in the hands and pockets of the residents instead of sitting in the reserves of council in town Stony Plain. So I just ask members of council to support that. If it is approved, it's a 0.45 reduction in the tax rate.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. Before I call to question, I do want to clarify two numbers. 2022, Mayor Choi, I believe you said deficit of 200,000. It was 271. And then I'm going to look to administration to please clarify the surplus that's being tracked for 2024. I know that's an estimate, but I actually have two numbers written down, and I want to make sure before this is called to question that council has the correct information.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In 2022, the deficit was 271,000, that's correct. In 2024, we are tracking, currently we have been notified that we have a $300,000 credit from the RCMP for their 2023 operations. Based on how their year end ends, we've found that out in quarter two. And additionally, the RCMP have requested an increase in their contract or have projected an increase of their contract of $400,000. We have increased that, we have made the impact to the tax zero. So basically are funding that extra $100,000 assuming that there may already be an additional credit based on history in the past. So the total we've already taken out is $400,000.
Okay, thank you for that. And because there was some clarity of information, Mayor Choi, one final opportunity to close if you wish.
Appreciate the clarity, and I appreciate what administration has said, that based on history, they're tracking a surplus coming back. So I think that is prudent for us to decrease the budget by $100,000.
All right. For those that are participating online, just for clarity, the motion the council will be voting on is to amend the recommended 2025 to 2027 corporate plan to reduce the RCMP contract budget in 2025 by $100,000. And with that being said, council, we will call to question. All in favor? Opposed? And that motion is defeated. Okay. Mayor Choi, did you have another item you would like to speak to this evening?
I do, unless some other members of council has another motion to make.
Okay, well, while I'm holding on to the chair, maybe let's go with yours, or I'll turn the chair back over to you.
Okay, thank you. With that, where are we? Page 30. Okay. Thank you. Members of council, I ask you to turn to page 39. Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm looking at table 32. So the motion is that that council adds $50,000 to the corporate plan for transportation, safety, and crosswalk improvements at South Park Drive and 43rd Street. Yep, so it's to add $50,000 to our corporate plan for transportation, safety, and crosswalk improvements at South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I think I heard 43rd Street the first time, and so clarity on 43rd Avenue, thank you. Administration, as you are preparing that, we'll allow Mayor Choi, please, to speak to the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In terms of the motion coming forward, we definitely we appreciate the work that staff has done, because they do a good job of evaluating all the intersections, crosswalks, and looks at in terms of safety, visibility. And for the top 4, based on the evaluation, is listed on table 32. However, recently we had a incident at South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue where a couple people were injured. So I don't want to get in the way of the work that staff has already done in terms of how they've reviewed all the intersections and what would they put forward. But I think because there is a incident that did arise that may need more attention, I'd like to add $50,000 to the budget to allow the staff to be able to review it and make any changes that may be required.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As that is being typed up, I am just going to look to administration. This was something that I had written down as well. I believe yesterday or today, I can't remember the day, asked a similar question. And I believe the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure indicated that an assessment and potentially improvements could be made at South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue under our current corporate plan, and that no additional dollars would be required if work was required there. So I'm just going to look to administration for clarity on that before we open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and your worship and all of council. Yeah, and to I guess to confirm what you said, to confirm your comment there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that was my response earlier. That you know, as I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, and then further comments and dialogue tonight, that certainly we take into account new information and priorities that come through this program, and what's presented to council. As I mentioned earlier tonight, was that. In the time of making this program, this is what we were seeing as the top priorities. We also did respond about we would also work within this program. If it's council's wish to put an emphasis on it, we would certainly make best use of council's expectations and funding that is provided through this program to look at that intersection. I will add in just if I may add just a comment to this. Since the incident occurred, I've certainly been talking with staff there. There was great effort made through the summer to make sure that intersection did have support when we did have some issues with the crossing lights. So there was already dialogue and some actions being taken by staff about how to prioritize this location. If council so chose to support any additional funding to this, that would allow us to continue other priorities as well as looking into this. Such as including a in-service safety review with some other enhancements that we could look at and see how better to approach that location.
Okay, thank you for that. Mayor Choi, just going to look to you. Just to confirm that the motion that is presented here on the screen captures your intent and that you would like to move forward with discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. I will look to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm more looking for a question of clarity from Mayor Choi on this as for the funding source. The current funding source on this is grant and roads reserve. And so I'm curious as to whether is this $50,000 from the tax base or is this $50,000 to come from somewhere else?
Mayor Choi.
Thank you. I'd actually prefer this coming from the tax base.
All right. Do we need to add that to the motion here, that this would be funded through the tax base? Seeing some nods. Mayor Choi, I've always been told there's no such thing as a friendly amendment, but does this need to be amended to include that? Or are we comfortable to add that based on the necessity of the funding source?
Yeah, we can add it. Sorry, I had written down, but I didn't write it down because it's on my other sheet. But in terms of why I believe it's coming, should come out of the tax base versus the reserves, is because we've had presentations that our reserves are depleting. Well, we also know that our community continues to grow, so we need to find that balance, and then adding $50,000 to do this review in intersection, then it'll carry on to next year. So allows, as the general manager said, the ability to do more. As I said, at the end of 2025, there's going to be like $400,000 in the tax stabilization reserve, which means the limited number of dollars that are available for future improvements will be diminished because of that.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Mayor Choi. Looking to admin, do we need a motion to add that, or are we able to capture that based on Mayor Choi's comments?
I think we have it captured. We'll have it up on the screen in 2 seconds.
All right. Thank you, administration. Mayor Choi, with the addition there that this is to be funded through the tax base, just again looking for your consent as this is written to move forward with discussion.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Looking to Councillor Loyens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarification from either the mayor or from administration, with this $50,000, understanding its tax base, where was administration originally looking when this became a potential priority after the incident for the funds? Was it to maybe push down Graybrier, as it was indicated earlier that the design hadn't been done? So would this have gone above that? And would the 195 potentially covered this intersection as well as the 4 that were listed?
Administration, go ahead.
Through Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lyons and all the council. From the CAO's update, you're correct. We'll be looking at the Oatway sites. I guess they have more clarity at this time. And Graybrier, we're currently just working that out as of right now. So the order that you provided is correct on how we would look at that.
Go ahead, Councillor Lyons.
So would administration require this $50,000 in order to complete 5 of the projects technically?
Through your worship, through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Lyons and all the council. If I may offer just some brief comments to that, to try and say, the simple answer is yes. We will make the best use of council funds appropriated to this program at the end of the day, and this would allow us to complete other priorities while also continuing to look at the location that's identified by council in this motion. In any event, as I mentioned, this program is one that staff take very seriously, the safety of the community. The staff that work within this program spend a great deal of time reviewing the concerns and the reviews that they conduct and making sure that we're focusing in the right locations. As I mentioned, this is one of them that recently came up and has been a set of discussion with staff very, very recently. And as I mentioned, was already being talked about for in-service safety discussions. So we could certainly do the review and with this funds and consider other options. I don't know what options we would, without doing the review right now, I can't give council absolute clarity as to the total cost, but we would be able to make best use of the funds provided to look at this intersection very deeply and provide some recommendations.
Thank you, administration. Councillor Loyens, any additional comments or questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to Councillor Hansard, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I noted that General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure didn't have to blink twice in providing an answer as to what he would do with the extra money should the motion pass. That tells me there very likely is a need there that they pulled back on in order to make the budget work. So I'm highly impressed by that because Stony Plain Council is very concerned about public safety, and when we know that people have sustained injuries from crosswalk or whatever, that gives us great concern because it's not too much to extrapolate an injury right into a death. Not to scare anybody, but it can happen. So I would rather err on the side of caution and see safety become more important. We can't protect against everything, but we know we've got an area here that needs some attention. I know former director at that time, not a general manager, of planning and infrastructure, called that area up there for South Park Drive a dog's breakfast. I don't think he was wrong in the way the crisscrossing of traffic and the short turns and it's just a bit of a dog's breakfast there. And it's easy to see how traffic needs some help, how we need some help there. So I'm very inclined to support this motion, but what I'm wondering, please answer this question through you, Deputy Mayor, to whoever's in charge of the reserves. Would our dollars for photo radar do not go into general operational funds? They go into policing and public safety. Would that money be possible to pull out of policing and public safety? And if ever there's a time to be speaking to that, it's certainly at budget time.
Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can speak to that. I believe the manager of finance may be able to, check into some of the numbers and what's available or what it's being utilized for. The one thing I can say with certainty is that that particular reserve, the one funded by photo radar, yes, it is not restricted. It is utilized almost entirely for some form of public safety over the years, and that's historical for a good 15 years or more. What I will say to council, though, the limited use of photo radar within Stony Plain and its targeted use in school zones only, and I would say reasonably less inclined people to speed, the revenues are, I would say, almost, I don't want to say next to none, but they are very low. It might be 40 or 60,000 a year, 20. So respectfully, it's one of those reserves that we're in some ways happy that it's not very big, because it means that people are obeying speed limits within school zones in Stony Plain. So I'm not sure if Terry or the manager of finance wants to add any further numbers to it, but I can assure council it's not a high reserve or a high revenue source.
Okay, thank you to the town manager. To the manager of finance, did you have anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to you and all of council. Just to expand on what the town manager had said, there is limited photo radar revenue that we do see. It is very small, approximately $30,000 per year that is going in there, and that reserve is fully committed, so there wouldn't be funds available for funding this initiative.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Hansard, any additional questions, comments, or follow-up?
No, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. We'll turn it over to Councillor Palechko.
Well, Councillor Hansard, I think, spoke to the safety aspect of it very well, so I won't touch on that. What I want to talk about a little bit is, can our manager explain what we get for $50,000?
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Palechko, there's a number of things that that you can do with a $50,000 increase in the budget. When we do these in-service safety reviews, we typically have to consult out. There are a number of things that we can do internally when we look at these programs, and we do our best to use. We have some very qualified staff to look at them. We tend to want to make sure we're doing in-service safety reviews with an external consult that knows these standards very well, just so we have a very good series of recommendations. So there is a cost to that. Just for, I guess, discussion purposes, that can range from $10,000 to $20,000, depending on the amount of time that we want to spend on that. Recommendations, and this is, I offer this to council as, I guess, some general overview and dialogue with options, not necessarily that we would do for this site, because we would have to determine that. The flashers that we're talking about are in the range of approximately $15,000 to $20,000 each for one set. However, if we wanted to do enhanced ones, and those are the larger overheads, or potentially some other, call them very next level upgrades, those can be upwards in six figures of consideration. And I don't want to say that those are what we would look at, because we do sometimes solutions can be as simple as signage or changes, locations of the crossing, things that we can't really know until we go through this whole process. And so I don't want to give any misdirection of where we would go with it, but we would certainly make best use of any funds to look at that site and see what recommendations we could come out that would make a meaningful impact to make it safer over there.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Administration. Councillor Pletchko, follow up. Okay. Looking to Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And, I think the comments that I heard from administration is the challenges around this intersection are widely recognized, and that regardless as to whether there's an additional $50,000 of funding placed in there through the corporate plan from the tax base, that would be considered, and that work would be undertaken. I look on page 70, and I look at the 10-year municipal growth capital plan, and the line TRA-001G, the Transportation Safety and Crosswalk Improvement, which refers to Table 32 that Mayor Choi refers to, and we see that that's fully funded out for that entire period of time. It goes $195,000 this year, $160 the following, $120 the following, $235, $160, $120, $160, $120, and it bounces back and forth in that. So obviously, I think administration has put a lot of emphasis in how important safety is to our municipality. What I like to see is, I do like to see is that in 2025, this is funded by grants. Safety is one of those avenues where grant funding is often highlighted, where those grants are quite often available. And I'm just not sure that at this time, given where our budget currently sits, and I can't remember the last time the chart was up, but I think we were somewhere around 7%, 7.1. Can we see the chart? 7.41. So that would be including this, or 7.19 before this. I just think as we continue to add, it's starting to creep up. And I do think that our administration is very prudent and aggressive with grants, and that if there were another opportunity for grants to come forward. I want to highlight that this program that we've undertaken is something that is newer. So we've always done kind of crosswalk improvements and things like that, but we've got really aggressive with it over the last 2 or 3 years. And this intersection, or this crossing, obviously highlighted because of an injury, but an injury can occur at any one of our crossings. And does that change our prioritization? So if tomorrow an injury occurs at a crossing in a different area of town, let's say on Main Street, does that change our prioritization? And I think we have to be very cautious with being responsive to everything that happens, because it can happen anywhere at any time. And this was already identified. It's been agreed on that it will be worked forward. What I want to understand as well is, there was a discussion not all that long ago about a reduction in our speed limits to 40 kilometers an hour. And we see that Spruce Grove next door has done that. The city of Edmonton has done that. Reduction from 50 to 40 kilometers shows significant improvement in overall survivability and injuries, etc., when it comes to things like a pedestrian strike and crosswalks. And yet that's not talked about here. And so, again, I fully support safety. I fully support the program that we have. I fully support our staff in looking into this intersection, this crossing, as soon as possible, because it is a very, very busy one. It has had some problems over the last several years with equipment, and unfortunately, in getting that equipment, it's probably one of the oldest crossings in the community in relation to the equipment that's installed at the location. And so it probably is time for a refresh. I don't necessarily think we need to add any monies into the budget. I think that's been recognized by admin, and frankly, in my opinion, if we look at the 4 that were identified, If one of those needs to get bumped to a following year in order to accommodate this one being this year, I don't think that that's a detriment. I think it's still a good program. I think there's lots of merits to the program. And if we can find a grant for an extra $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 somewhere along the line over the next year that allows us to accelerate some other ones, I think that's a great advantage too. But I'm inclined right now to lean towards continuing with the program as we have it in our corporate plan.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Going to look down the table here. Are there any additional questions, comments from council? All right. Before I go back to Mayor Choi for some final comments, just as a point of clarity, from my perspective, I don't know that this is in response necessarily to the accident. I think this is something, as was alluded to a couple of times today, that has been an ongoing need for improvements for a couple of years due to the aging infrastructure that's there. This is an intersection that I'm very grateful to administration because I've been in contact with our general manager and our CAO here specifically because those lights were not working at all for a time, and they were able to repurpose some from another area of the community, which meant though that area no longer had those lights. And so this is one that certainly has been on my radar, hearing some of the possibilities here, hearing from our general manager today that some of the overhead specifically type of lights do have an additional cost to them. We have an added challenge at this particular intersection because it is the 4 lanes and the distance that pedestrians have to travel to cross there, with the added note, as mentioned previously, the speed coming off 16A and merging on to 16A. And so I'm appreciative to Mayor Choi for bringing this forward. I certainly appreciate where Councillor Laurie is coming from. I had a couple of things that had hoped to bring forward to bring that tax rate down, but this is one when it comes to safety, and because this is an intersection that has been one that's been on my radar for some time, I think warrants those extra dollars. I will look to administration. I do know that you're very active in pursuing grants and those sorts of things. Should a grant come available that would speak to this additional $50,000, my assumption would be that we could cover this amount with that grant, that we wouldn't then necessarily have to go back to the tax base, and that could be adjusted at spring adjustment. Would that be correct?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you and to all of council. That would be correct. There could be an adjustment, and we do seek grants at all times. Just for clarity, the grant that is being used for this is Canadian Community Building Fund, so it's not a specific grant for just for safety.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Going to look down the table one final time before we go back to Mayor Choi for some final thoughts. Okay, Mayor Choi.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for members of council for your questions and comments, and thank you for administration for providing those words of clearancy or clear what is that? I don't know. It's too late. I'll just go with that. Thank you for indulging me, Deputy Mayor and the members of council. Again, looking at table 32, listen, I don't want to be trying to pick which intersections we do or don't do. I trust our staff that has reviewed everything and taking the opportunity to list the 4 that have been listed. I'm not asking to remove any of them because all those 4 intersections are vital and important to our safety in the community. Just recently we had a fatality in Greybrier. A few years ago we had a huge incident that affected quite a few people on 08 Drive. So that's why I'm not choosing which ones to choose to add, to remove. That's why I want to add the additional of South Park Road and South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue, as this has been a intersection, an area that has had numerous occasions where there's been instances, close calls with between cars and bikes and pedestrians. This has been on the radar. I just did not bubble up to the surface. in terms of what I've seen in the community as we continue to grow, that intersections and get busier. And I'd like to have that reviewed this year so that any changes to safety will be taken care of, so we don't have to, again, debate this again next year about which intersections are there. And I'm asking it to come from the tax base, is because, as mentioned by the Deputy Mayor and answered by our staff, if there is a grant that we can apply for and we get that additional dollars then is added to our reserves at the end of the year. And again, that goes to some of the commentary around that we are depleting our reserves. Back to page 80, where Councillor Meyer noted that by the end of 2025, the projected reserve on our stabilization and contingency is $421,000. In 2026, the proposed balance is $2,600. In 2027, the proposed balance is a negative $508,000 in a reserve. So based on those factors, that's why I've added the $50,000 to come out of tax base to fund this. Hopefully members of council can support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Choi, and I understand that our staff did just have this motion up for those watching online, but just for clarity, the motion that will be called to question shortly is to amend the 2025 to 2027 corporate plan to add $50,000 for transportation safety and crosswalk improvements at South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue, and that's to be funded by the tax base. And with that, we'll call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Mayor Choi, before I jump back to you to ask if you have another one, you may have asked me to ask the rest of council because you need a minute to collect your thoughts and go through some papers. Are you ready to continue, or do you want me to look to council for any additional motions or questions for clarity?
Go ahead and look to members of council. I'll go over my notes while you're doing that.
Thank you. Going to look to Justin Lawyer. Sorry, was that the question for the mayor?
No, I have a question of clarity.
Oh, question of clarity. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Question to administration. We just had a reference to our reserves of stabilization and contingency, talking about our reserve balance that goes down from 421,000 down to a negative 508,000. But then we also see our project reserve rising from 999,000 up to 1.259. How do we determine what comes out of what reserve? Because I believe the subject matter we were just talking about, traditionally that reserve would be under our project category, which is increasing.
Okay, gonna look to administration.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Lori and all of council. So what's funded and contributed into reserves is based on our reserves policy. And the project section of the report is a consolidation of multitude of reserves. And I just want to add a point of clarity on the tax levy stabilization reserve. It is showing there as depletion. However, there will be a $600,000 transfer at the end of this year for the rec center surplus that was not reflected in this chart.
Excellent, thank you. So again, in that aspect of clarity, the current projected ending balance in 2027 that's showing in this document of negative 508,000 would actually then be converted to a positive of 100,000.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you very much. And then secondary confirmation that both our other reserves in the project and utility are showing growth from 2025 through 2027.
That is correct, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that clarity.
I didn't even get to jump in there. There you go. Looking down the table, any other questions for clarity, comments? Any motions to come forward? I'm not wrapping up the meeting. Not my job. Somebody above my pay grade gets to do that. Though we have been sitting for some time. Mayor Choi, I'm not sure what you have left on your list. Would a break be prudent at this time for a few minutes?
Yep, sounds good. I'll take the chair and we'll call recess. Okay, I'll assume the chair back and we'll call recess for 10 minutes and we'll come back. Thank you. Hey, thank you, members of council. Thank you for coming back, and members of our staff, those that are joining us in the gallery, and those that are watching through the YouTube live stream. We recess, we'll come back. Members of council, we've had the opportunity to make some motions, make some comments, trying to massage the 2025-2027 corporate plan to make sure it's ours. Is there any other motions of council to make adjustments to the corporate plan? Councilor Pletchko? Councilor Loyens? Councilor Meyer? Councilor Lowry?
Not looking to add a motion, just looking for a point of clarity from administration. When we added the rec center in last year, I believe it was, we had specified in how that would be portrayed, how the percentage would be split out. I'm just wondering if that's going to carry through. I mean, obviously the percentage has changed. It's lowered from the 3% down to, I think it was 2.5 this year. But are we still going to show that as an independent number? Or are we now going to integrate that and show everything as a whole?
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Your worship, through to Councillor Lowry and all of council, I believe the intent would be to continue to show it as a separate number.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you. So that'll be what is shown on page 48. Mike? Mike?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood what General Manager Brenda Otto said.
Yes, so the answer is yes. It'll be shown
The
separate.
new number, 2 point whatever.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay, and I was just referencing page 48 is what it kind of shows. So the 2.5 is split up versus added to the overall tax increase. Councilor Pletchko?
Can we see the tax rate chart, please? Original draft budget should only reflect or add the leisure center in there. So it shouldn't be the 615, that's a total amount, right? So we're 741 as a total amount, but technically we're 2.5% less than that because of the rec center.
Right.
So if we could have that delineation difference up there.
Yes, this is just for our tracking, so when it comes out, it'll show what is on page 48 where it shows the two different numbers.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Your Worship, but I'll just be clear too, that 7.41 does include the 2.5.
Thank you, Councilor Lowry. Deputy Mayor?
Nothing further for me, thank you.
Councilor Hansard?
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Can Administration put the proposed tax rate up again, please? All right, thank you. With that, I will not be making any more motions to add or subtract from the corporate plan. Okay, with that, members of council, we went around the horn to make sure everybody had the opportunity to make any additional motions to adjust the corporate plan. There were no more, so this is where we have settled at. The proposed tax increase is a 7.41% based on initiatives that have been highlighted in the corporate plan for 2025 to 2027. Again, we all know that when we look at the 3-year plan, that is for planning purposes. The main focus is on the first year, which is 2025. 2026 and 2027, those are assuming that everything is completed as council has suggested, with zero increases in tax revenue, new assessment, or grants. And that is why those numbers are slightly higher, and they will be fine-tuned as we do the corporate plan for the next year. Again, members of council, thank you for reading your agenda packages, bringing your experiences, your wisdoms, and your comments to the table. Administration, thank you for walking along with us for the last 3 years as our council. It's always interesting when we go through the process of strategic planning, coming back to approve our strategic plan, and then having staff go through that and then fine-tune where they think is best to represent the desires and the needs of every community. It is not an easy job, so we are grateful for the work that you do, and we're always thankful for that. Members of council, I'll go around the horn one more time to see any closing comments to our staff and to our fellow councilors. Councilor Hansard, this is the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought you were going to adjourn this meeting and I was going to come unglued. First of all, this is probably the happiest corporate meetings that I've sat in, and I watch people. And one of the things I'm noticing, our new general manager over here, Miss Ann, she's really excited. She's really excited about being here and watching this process. And it's gotten contagious on this side of the room. So one of the things that I want to say is when we finished our strategic planning in January, I had made a comment in these council chambers that some of the most important work that a council ever does is go into their strat planning. That's why I think it's so imperative that every council member make every effort to be a part of strat planning. But when starting with this October's meetings, the end of October's meetings, I'm in my 20th year on council. And you get to see a lot of strat plans and a lot of corporate years play out, wrapping up in the budget year. And one of the things that I think is so wonderful is we start with something really exciting and important, and we come to the end almost with something very exciting and very important. And the real work of what council does and what we're about, even though this council is so good about showing up at grand openings and having meetings and meeting with residents who need to talk about issues, all of that is an important part of what we do. But the beginning and toward the end of this year, what we have is the culmination of a whole lot of work that's gone on in the middle of those two times by administration and council to bring us to this point. This is not over. There may be some who will see us come out of this council meeting, these corporate plan meetings, and say, what are you doing? Well, look at the tax increase, and we get that every year, right? Because we're not just looking at 1 year. We do a solid year in front of us, and then we also look at the next 2 years. And people get upset about what they see there, but they forget about the growth. And indeed, we're in probably one of the better economies that we've had in a long time. And we do see the growth offsetting some of what looks like perhaps higher tax requirement from our taxpayers. But we need to remember that the growth helps to offset that. And we're still not done because spring adjustments come, and so often, sometimes we have to add things, sometimes we get to take away, and we won't really know what our ultimate tax percentage is until sometime late spring next year. So be patient. my caution to taxpayers and those watching is be patient and watch the rest of the time unfold here, because we're not done. We're not done with a good economy. We're not done seeing how the interest rates come down and will affect what we're going to pay on our beautiful new recreation center. And please note that we have worked really hard on your behalf. Administration's worked very hard on your behalf to bring you the best possible plan that we've got for this coming year to make things happen in the town of Stony Plain, bring some of your dreams to life, answer a lot of your problems. And I'm really excited about what we've done here. And I just want to commend my fellow councilors for getting through this. I've managed to get war wounds. We don't usually use paper, and I've cut my fingers all over the place, so I have war wounds and evidence of it from handling these pages, flipping here and flipping there. But one of the things that's really good is we've got a plan that makes a town grow and brings some dreams to life for our residents and looks out for the children of this community, provides things that they need. And I think we can be very proud that we've pulled it together again for this year. It's been a real pleasure to be part of this council and to do this on behalf of our taxpayers. I do want to say that not all councils operate like this. Not all councils can have a disagreement over something, maybe be offended over something, and still walk away and be friends and actually care and love each other in a very real way. So I want to, the team of this council has been working for the people of the town of Stony Plain, and that makes me very proud indeed. Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me have a few thoughts that I am able to share with people.
Thank you, Councilor Hasser, for sharing those words. Definitely of encouragement and wisdom. Thank you. Councilor Plechko.
What are you picking on the two N people today?
That's right.
Oh, just the old folks. Got it. Thanks, Councilor Meyer. Well, it's always a pleasure to come to corporate planning to see what we have to offer to our community. And Councilor Hansard, I'm sorry that you're not used to the paper, but I think every year that I've been here for the past 7, we've had paper. In fact, I look at the last one that was paper as well. So maybe as we get older, our hands get softer and we're able to cut things. So I hope they heal very fast for you. But I do want to start off by saying thank you very much to administration for all the work that they do on this corporate plan. Never an easy job, trying to keep into consideration all the time the taxpayer and what you expect from us as council to approve that you need. When we come into this, it's always interesting. You come in with one thing in mind, and as you sit around this table, we learn what each one of us thinks in a different aspect at different times. And it creates different conversations around the table all the time for projects that we need to move within the community. And we each one have a different opinion of how that should come together. But with the answers that you provide to us, we always get a good direction from administration. And I know that each one of the staff that you talk to throughout the time has input in what you do. And that's also appreciated. It's important that we hear from everybody, but we as councillors hear from the almighty taxpayer. And when we come in here, the first thing we're trying to do is beat you guys up. And that's not really our intent. Our intent is to get to a really good spot for everybody within our community. And tonight, I think we have done a really good job at that. If my numbers serve me right, we were 741, is that what the final number was? Including the 2.5, which is really a 4.91% tax increase. If you look at the cost of living, there's a 2% in there without even thinking about it that we should be doing just to be doing to stay ahead of time. A 0% never works in any business plan for long-term sustainability. And I think we find the same thing within the corporate plan, that would not work to keep our community growing. And being in a high-growth area, we need to do a lot of things within our community that will attract the people we need to attract to our community to continue to grow. So having said all that, I truly believe that this council has the best heart of our community, and we're doing a good job to move our community forward. This council works very well together. We don't always need to get along, and we don't always get along. But at the end of the day, we all have one thing in common, and that is for the betterment of our community, and that truly shines everywhere we go. Every place that we attend, I hear on a regular basis, how does Stony Plain work so well as a council and work well with administration? So kudos to each one of you. We do a great and awesome job, and you guys give us the support that we need to make each and one of us look good. But really, at the end of the day, we're not the ones that look good. It's our administration, our town employees that look the best. And our town looks good for our residents. So I'm always proud to say that I'm part of a great organization, and you guys do a phenomenal job. I look forward to the next year, working with each and every one of you to achieve the goals that we have set out for our community. And I wish each and every one of you the best, and each one of you in administration as well, to continue to do the job that you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Pletchko. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a lot to reflect on here. The first thing I reflect on is this is the fourth and final corporate plan of this council. And so a lot of the work from here on out is going to be to set up the next council to lead off on the right foot, and to instill in that next council and to instill in administration that, you know, we are still going down the right direction and are still moving in the right path. Whoever the seven that sit in these chairs a year from now are, that, you know, this community is moving forward. When I look back at the now 8 corporate plans that I've been privileged to be a part of, our progress is incredible. From where we were 8 corporate plans ago to now, we have progressed in leaps and bounds. It's just amazing. And what I love is that the wheels are in motion where, while it's on paper, a lot of the actual realizations hasn't happened yet. When we see the rec center, when we see the cemetery, when we see the new public works building, when we see some of the things that we know are coming to this community, and what that's going to look like in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and the foundations that we've laid over these last 4 years, how much of a lasting impact that's going to have. I think that's something that we should all be very, very proud of, and it makes our future look very, very bright. But that's all the visible stuff. There's also been a ton of work by our administration, supported by this council, on all of the invisible stuff, on everything that the residents rely on but don't see, on everything that they really don't want their tax dollars spent on, but when it impacts them gravely. And I'll just use stormwater as an example because we constantly hear about that one. But we know what happens when we receive those rains that our systems may not be able to handle. There's been an incredible amount of efficiencies brought in and continuing to be brought in with our ERP program that will improve everything again, internally and externally. I don't know if our residents quite know that, you know, some of the things that that's going to be able to do for them in relation to automatic bill paying and access to their accounts and everything. There's a huge efficiency when it comes to that. Same with our businesses. The service level improvements and the amenities that we're seeing come out of the plans. And again, the tools and benefits that we've been able to put in for our administration. You know, we highlight in this corporate plan, seeing that our 1% tax increase is equivalent to $220,000. I'd have to look back to see what it was at the beginning of this term, but I believe at the beginning of this term, it was probably around 160, 180. 170, somewhere in that range. So I mean, again, that just shows the growth in value in the community. A projection of 2.85% in additional revenue from growth. I mean, our corporate plans in years past were projecting 1% as a hopeful. And now we're able to accurately, present almost 3%. So the only other thing is just, the thank yous. The thank yous are endless. And it starts right from our frontline staff. And, there's few people in this room, but I certainly hope that the message gets conveyed, because it doesn't matter whether it's a casual, whether it's a paid on call, whether it's a part-time, whether it's an FTE. Every single staff member of this organization does an incredible job. Every single one. And I've been asked the same kind of questions. How does Stony Plain do what you guys do? And I attribute it 100% to the commitment and the dedication of the staff we have, because I think we'd be ill if we didn't reflect the fact that our staffing numbers are low in comparison to other municipalities. Our FTEs to 1,000 population is lower than a lot of our comparable municipalities, yet we get the job done. And when I say we, I mean you. And the appreciation for that needs to be felt throughout this entire organization. Because there's no better feeling than being able to sit here and know that that's the quality of work that we get out of our organization. It is incredible. The GMs and our CAO, again, you are the leaders of those staff, and I thank you for all of the hard work that you do. I know the result of our discussions likely result in many very difficult discussions for you, result in many challenges for you, but in the end, you lead fantastic teams, and you bring fantastic results. And frankly, you make us look good. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. The last thank you is just to our residents. We've seen the political spectrum and the political environment take a massive shift over the last several years. And there's a lot of talk now about the difference between representative and direct democracy. And theoretically, we could go to direct democracy. We could just say, hey, put everything to a plebiscite, don't elect 7 people, away you go. But graciously, our public elects 7 of us representatively. And they trust us, most of them, trust us to make the right decisions for our community. And all in all, I just want council to think about and remember that we really only hear most of the time from those who are unhappy. But think about the number of people we have in this community. And think about the number of people who are appreciative to live in this community and are appreciative of the hard work we've done. Don't let the couple that scream at you knock you down and take you out of that pride, because each and every one of us, each and every one of you should be incredibly proud of this community, incredibly proud of the work we do on behalf of the almost 19,000 people that call it home. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Lowry. Councilor Meyer.
I read somewhere that a young man should only speak twice and only if called upon, and to keep their comments concise. So in that spirit, I think we've heard from wisdom and age. But Councillor Lowry, I think you said a lot of thank yous there, so I think I don't need to repeat those, but I think those are genuine, so I would just echo similar sentiment. But I will highlight the 2.5 in the Community Rec Center. I think back to when I first started running, and it seems like a long time. I think, Carl, you had mentioned, in the first term I asked him, how long is this going to take? And he kind of looked at me and went, about 8 years. So, right on pace. So I'm very happy to see that, and thank you guys, and thank you, council.
Thank you, Councilor Meyer. Councilor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind of 2 nights. Thinking back over my 3 years here, And I look back at our first corporate plan, and in 2021, a 1% tax increase was equivalent to $170,500. So we have increased that 1% by $49,500, which seems like a very interesting number. But overall, the growth of our town has been exponential. It's been mentioned, instead of 3% on the rec center, it's 2.5. We look at what our debt limit was supposed to look like, and we were supposed to be over our government debt limit, not our internal, the actual set government limit, looking at ways that we could ask them to increase it. We look at page 54, and we no longer are over it. And that speaks to our admin staff finding money where it needed to be. It's our residents, it's the growth that we see, it's the potential that we see in years to come. So, as many thank yous have been said, I will repeat another thank you to everybody here, everybody who's not here, and all the staff for their hard work, because it is not just one person or one department. It is the many people that work within those departments. So with that, I will say goodnight.
Thank you, Councilor Loynes. Deputy Mayor.
My jokes usually land better with grade 6 students, but listening to the conversation around the room this evening, a movie I loved watching was a movie called Taken. A gentleman named Liam Neeson was in that movie, and he answers the phone and he says, I will look for you and I will find you. And in this case, it's like, I will thank you. And we've gone around the table, and I feel like that's what it is, that, we look for the work that goes on in our community by the Town of Stony Plain staff. And we see amazing things. And it is such a privilege to sit up here and be able to offer our thanks through you to the staff that work so diligently every day to make this community an amazing place. One of the downsides of going at the end is that a lot of what you want to say has been said. And I thought I was clever and went back a few corporate plans and pulled some growth assessment sort of projections, and then Councillor Laurie stole my thunder there. Had some thanks to offer, and that's been taken through Councillor Plechko, and I could go down the list, but one group of people that I don't think I've heard mentioned yet is those that sat on councils before us. And when I go down the list of I'm going to call them achievements, even though there's a tax assessment next to them and a cost, to the residents that call this community home. I think they are achievements. And they are achievements that have been realized this term on council, but in no small part to the councils that came before. That's the cemetery project that we're seeing come to fruition. That's the rec center that we are seeing come to fruition. Councillor Laurie mentioned some of the back end stuff related to, I believe it's the ERP project, and how that's going to create efficiencies that will be in realized services to our community. And so as much as there is a cost to doing business here, there are so many good things that have had a foundation prepared for us that we are fortunate to be able to see through. But I think we'd be amiss not to remember those that laid the groundwork. I don't have a 1,000-word essay. I'm almost done, so don't worry about that this evening. I just got to stop talking from Mayor Choi. To administration, nothing but thanks. We're so very thankful for you. The work of Mr. Golden, Nacho Average CAO, we appreciate all you do. To our SLT, thanks a bunch. We're truly grateful for what you do. You're shrimply the best, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, members of council, for those comments. Definitely, I think we've gone around and done a good job of thanking everyone. So before we end the evening, definitely want to thank our residents, the organizations that call Stony Plain home, the stakeholders, and our staff for helping us, aiding us, and trusting us. Trusting us with the ability to build a community that meets their needs today and into the future. Many communities do not have that trust with the residents and their staff and their stakeholders. As mentioned, I've been around for quite a few years. You can see the gray hair now. Looking at the pictures, when I first started, I didn't have gray hair. Now I do, so you can tell how long I've been here. But there are many communities that are dying because of the interactions of the residents and staff and councillors. There's a lack of transparency and trust. For the time that I've been on council and administration has done a focused job of making sure that the priorities that we pass as council ties in to the needs, the wants, and the hopes of our residents. And I think that's where we get the buy-in, is we take the opportunity and the time to consult with them, to engage with them. We all know that no matter what decision that we make around this table, there's always be those people that will disagree with us, and there's those that will agree with us. The idea is that we can come to understanding that it doesn't matter if we agree or not. The focus is moving forward of building our community, a community that is open and welcoming for everyone. I think one of the best things that I enjoyed in terms of being on council, and it ties into my life as a father, watching was that Saving Nemo? Have you seen that? Finding Nemo. Wow, Saving Private. Okay. And that's what I see us as a community here. Right? We may be all different little fishes in this large sea here. But when we get together and focus on a direction, and we all swim in that same direction, we can accomplish great things. And that's why when we go out to conferences and talk to other elected officials, they ask us, how are you doing it? How is Stony Plain thriving when many municipalities are not? And that's because we have engaged our residents, we've engaged our stakeholders and our staff, and we bought in that we all pull together to accomplish what we need to do. So on behalf of council, thank you very much for your time and dedication to our community. And thank you to our residents, our organizations, and stakeholders for your trust in our leadership. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you.